kutumia tu bila itabidi uweze kutumia microphone. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi tutaanza na masuala ya introduction. Sijui kama Zoom tuko tayari. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi tutaanza na masuala ya introduction. Naomba niweze kumpatia Dr. Charlie ili aweze kuendelea. Asante. Asante sana. Karibuni introduction. Sijui kama Zoom tuko tayari. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi tutaanza na masuala ya niweze kumpatia Dr. Charlie ili aweze kuendelea. Asante. Asante sana. Karibuni introduction. Sijui kama Zoom tuko tayari. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi tutaanza na Hello? Hello?
Halo.
Workshop hii yetu ya Hello? Karibuni katika workshop yetu hii leo.
Halo.
Watu wa Zoom subirini kidogo, tutawapa ruhusa. Workshop hii yetu tutawapa ruhusa ya kuweza kujitambulisha. Wakati huu ni wakati wa kujitambulisha. Tutaanza kujitambulisha. Hello? Karibuni katika workshop yetu hii leo.
Halo.
Watu wa Zoom subirini kidogo, tutawapa ruhusa.
kutoka wapi, na umekuja kama mshiriki, kama mwasilishaji na kadhalika. Uwe huru kujitambulisha. Ni wakati mzuri pia wa networking. Kwa hiyo tunawakaribisha kwa ajili ya kujitambulisha. Baada ya kujitambulisha waliopo hapa, tutakwenda kwa wale waliopo online pia kwa ajili ya kujitambulisha. Tunaanzia pale. Karibu sana. Simama, unaonekana.
Habari za asubuhi jamani. Kwa majina naitwa Alembe Joseph, ni katibu wa Youth Internet Governance Forum ya Tanzania. Kuwepo hapa.
Habari za asubuhi. Mimi naitwa Paul Sule, ni afisa kutoka Tume ya Haki za Binadamu na Utawala Bora Dodoma.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elvis Bisimwa from South Africa.
Habari ya asubuhi. Mimi ni Patrick John Kosima, mwenyekiti wa Nyasa Community Network, inapatikana Nyasa Mbamba Bay, mkoa wa Ruvuma. Lakini pia ni mkuu wa kituo cha redio kinaitwa Unyanja, nacho kinapatikana wilaya ya Nyasa. Lakini pia ninafanya kazi na Tanzania Community Network Association ambayo tunaita kwa kifupi TZCNA. Asante sana.
Good morning. My name is Asfio Makawa. I'm an assistant lecturer in information systems from the University of Dar es Salaam.
My name is Frederick Binamungo. I'm from Dar es Salaam. Currently working as CC Tanzania Research Coordinator and Global Youth Coalition Platform. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Samuel Benjamin Mazota from the University of Dodoma, a third-year student taking bachelors of cybersecurity and digital forensics engineering.
Habari za asubuhi. Mimi naitwa Brighton Joseph, ni mkazi wa Dar es Salaam na ni mfanyabiashara. Nipo kuhudhuria kongamano hili la Internet Forum. Asante.
Good morning. My name is Robert John. I'm from Omuka Habu, presenting Madam Nema Rukangira, Member of Parliament. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Samir Samoya from the University of Dar es Salaam, but now I'm graduate from the University of Dar es Salaam, bachelor degree in education. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Cosmas Mjani from the Open University of Tanzania. My area of specialization is digital inclusion. How do we make the different others enjoy? And just the 3 days, I am one of the awardee of call Zero Project 2024, one of the only in Africa, only 15, and ours is one of them. As a global award focusing on how people with disabilities participate in inclusive education. I'm the initiator for ICT for people with visual impairment, ICT for the blind, the ICT for the deaf, and also initiator of degrees of special education in Tanzania. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My name is Aprian Wire. I'm currently a university student from the University of Dar es Salaam. I'm studying telecommunication engineering. I'm in my third year. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stella Rugongo from the Association for Digital Africa. Thank you.
Oh, good morning. My name is Naza Nicholas. I am currently working with Internet Society Tanzania chapter, and I happen to have a privilege of being the president of the chapter at the moment. And I welcome all of you to join Tanzania Internet Society. It has great benefits. And one of the benefits is that you get to learn so many things and you get, connected to the world, and you expand your knowledge actually, even sometimes without using books. You can use the connections and expand your knowledge. I have been a member of Internet Society since 2006. For those who are young, I welcome you. So I can share with you the vast experience that I have. And the idea is that I do not go to the grave with all this vast experience that I have. So the challenge and the ball is on your court, the young people of Tanzania. Asante sana.
Habari za asubuhi. Majina naitwa Ali Shabani Mnora, natokea Internet Society Tanzania. Pia ni mwenyekiti wa klabu ya vijana ya Internet Tanzania.
Asante sana. Na kwa kumalizia kwa hapa, my name is Dr. Frederick Chali, lecturer from the Department of Information Systems and Technology here in the University of Dodoma. So I'd like to welcome you, warmly welcome you to the University of Dodoma. All right. So those who are in Zoom, it is now your turn to introduce yourself. So wait, let us, we are connected, we have made some setup. So as those who are in Zoom, we will, now it is your turn to introduce yourself. Moderator will allow you to introduce. You just raise up your hand and will allow you to introduce yourself. We are setting up to see you while you are introduce yourself. Okay. Now, you're welcome to introduce yourself from Zoom. We'll start with Dr. Eliamani Laltaika. You're welcome.
Hello everyone, are you here?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Can somebody wave like this if you are hearing me? Yeah, thank you very much. I see that gentleman with a scarf of our country flag. Wonderful. And I'm seeing that lady with a nice kitenge African wear. Wonderful. I'm seeing the gentleman there with a suit like a lawyer. In a black suit right there in the middle. Yeah, so thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Eliamani Laltaika. I'm the judge of the High Court of Tanzania, and I'm currently speaking in Mtwara. And basically, I will not only introduce myself, but also take this opportunity to officially open. And I'm seeing that gentleman there also. I think he was my student at Nelson Mandela, and he was a president of the Students' Union, if I'm not mistaken. He's whispering to somebody. Okay, can I see a lot more people? It's so interesting that I know many faces are very familiar, because when you are in the ICT arena, you kind of meet the same people around. Okay, so kumbe kungekuwa na uwezekano wa introduction, ningewajua watu wote. But in any case, this is halfway. Walikuwa wanasema barua ni nusu ya kuonana. Sasa sijui hii ya video ni nusu ya kufanyaje, because it's more or less exactly I'm seeing you. Ile barua ni nusu ya kuonana, hii ni zaidi ya kuonana. Excellent. I'm seeing almost everyone. Yes. Okay, so just to allow you to continue, my name is Eliamani Laltaika. Like I said, I am a judge of the High Court of Tanzania. I have been with IGF Tanzania for about 5 years now, and I'm currently pioneering into the new leadership that will set in the new agenda, like you will be told, on those issues that do not need me directly, because my position here is very jealous. You cannot hold two offices when you decide to become a judge. And I taught at the Nelson Mandela Institute of Science and Technology for about 7 years. Many ICT engineers you are seeing around, including some world-class artificial intelligence experts, were my former students. And so I belong to the family of ICT people. And as we are getting ready for IGF East Africa, I was reflecting on what exactly is going to happen in Tanzania. And that's why you have heard Mr. Nazar talking and emphasizing about young Tanzanians, young ICT Tanzanians. And when the first ICT policy for Tanzania was launched in 1996, if I'm not mistaken, many of you were extremely young. So I think there is time to narrow that gap by taking the knowledge from the senior people or those in the middle to young people who are currently in their university studies, and those who are basically new entrants into the market. So I have the following to share as part of my opening speech. The first one is the nature of School of Internet Governance. Schools of internet governance, IGF schools are spread all over the world. So there is a global school of internet governance, but there are local chapters. And there is no expert in these schools. Sometimes they last for 1 day, sometimes they last for 2 days, maximum 3 days. And nobody is an expert. So when you are in the school of internet governance like here, you just bring your part. And number 2 is the nature of internet. Internet is like an elephant. Internet is like an elephant. And that is a story of the 3 blind people. Mmoja amemshika tembo mkia, akasema tembo ni kama nyoka. Mwingine amemshika sikio, akasema ni ngozi kubwa. Na mwingine amemshika mguu, akasema kwa kweli is like a huge tree. So all of us have a different perception of what we think of the internet. Some people who are doing e-commerce think internet is a big shop. Those who are doing entertainment think internet is a big radio or television for YouTube. Those who are doing connectivity see internet as a superstructure. And those of us who are engaged in cyber crimes, we think internet is a depository of a lot of criminals. So each one of you really has what they think of the internet, and it is during schools like this that we all bring our pieces together so that we can have the internet governed. Lastly, and I want especially to challenge young people here who are here. We need to improve the content of information about our country. When I was in Nelson Mandela, we had a project to write articles on Wikipedia. I will challenge those who are facilitating this IGF to kind of expose the young people. For example, if we get the University of Dodoma to tell students to write about Tanzanian things and they post that information, which will be edited in the Wikipedia and other open platforms. For example, we need all our personalities, all our rivers, all our natural resources. If you write an essay about Kilimanjaro, for example, and you say that it is in Tanzania, anyone searching the internet will get that article, and no, there will be no dispute. But if you write correctly about the chief in your tribe, freely post it on internet, and someone doing history about the Chaga, they will get to know that at one time there was. But more importantly, about our institutions. So artificial intelligence uses the information that is freely available. If AI is deployed and the only information that AI can access and make a decision out of it is information posted there by other people about your country, then you are not on the table, but you are in the menu. So please feel free to learn more about how do I write something about my country, post it in Wikipedia, and enhance visibility of Tanzania. For example, if we get just half of the students of the University of Dodoma write about our rivers, our national parks, our rocks, unakuta kitu kama kimondo kile cha kule Mbeya. Hamna article hata moja hata ya Kiswahili inayoelezea kile kimondo ni nini, kinakuwa governed vipi. Kuna national parks zetu kubwa kabisa duniani, no one is writing about, and it is very easy. Mtu yeyote unafungua account kama unavyofungua ya email, you don't write your name there, so you cannot be afraid that people will say you have written something, and we will be a part of building an internet governance which is very well balanced in terms of the information. Having said that, niwatakie semina njema na niwatakie kila laheri huko makao makuu ya nchi, and next time please welcome to Mtwara. We have a lot of wonderful things. For example, there is utalii wa nyangumi coming. Mlizoea immigration ya nyumbu, wildebeest migration kule Serengeti. Sasa huku Mtwara tutakuwa tuna whale, nyangumi wanatoka kule Msumbiji wanakuja huku upande wa Tanzania kuanzia mwezi wa 8 hadi wa 12, then wanarudi Msumbiji. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa na utalii wa aina hiyo. You are most welcome. We have Korosho Marathon here going on next week, and all these really wonderful things that everyone is open to come and see. So instead, in addition to ICT, sightseeing is another way of advertising the beautiful things we have. Mungu awabariki sana, and thank you very much. All the best in your IGF.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taika.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and just to inform you, I was also your student.
Yes, I can see.
Nelson Mandela.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm happy to see you again. And I was in Mtwara last week. I will come again. I will find you. I will contact you when I will be there. I'll be back in Mtwara some days, some coming days. So I will contact you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for remarkable.
I'll be very happy.
Speech. We are happy for the opening of the workshop. Yes. Now, because of time, some people who are online have not yet introduced themselves, but I hope that they will introduce themselves while they can do it now. All right. Now I'd like to allow people who are in Zoom to introduce yourself. You are welcome for the introduction. Mary Calista, are you there? You can introduce yourself. Mary? Stella? Okay, Stella. Stella is on site and is already introduced. Daniel, can you introduce yourself, Kasogi?
Yes. Good morning. Am I audible?
We are hearing you.
Okay. Thank you for the invite to participate on this informative workshop, but we will be following you online. We wanted to engage with you physically, but based on another inconvenience, we could never make it to be there in Dodoma. But I hope we are together. So my name is Daniel Kasongi, and I'm residing from Mwanza region. I'm happy to be with you guys. I hope this workshop will be more informative, and we will explore more opportunities on the digital and ICT space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You are welcome. Abed, Bushira, can you introduce yourself? You're welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Abed Bushla. I'm coordinator from Omukab organization, but now I'm currently at Bukoba, Kagera. It's nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to engage with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, you're welcome. Next, Felista. Felista Omuka. Is not around. Paul Mageni. Can you introduce yourself, Paul? Paul Mageni. Asifiwe Makawa. Are you there? Asifiwe Makawa. Thank you. Cassian Emmanuel.
Oh, yes.
Arif.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Cassian. I'm a member of Secretariat from APNIG. APNIG, this is an African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. We are aimed to strengthen the role of parliamentarian in internet governance. I'm happy to be here, and I think this will be a nice opportunities for us to learn and to know a lot about internet governance. And I'm ready to share my contribution and to make sure that everyone enjoys the session and know well about the internet governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cassian. You're welcome. We are continuing with introduction. Anyone who is not yet introduced him or herself? Anyone who is not yet introduced and he is around? Mary?
Yes. Yes.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm Mary Calista Julius, a graduate at the National Institute of Transport, currently in Dar es Salaam. I'm happy to participate with you in this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. All right. Anyone who is not yet introduced? Now, I think, Paul Mageni, are you around? Paul Mageni? Paul Mageni is not around. So, the introduction is now at the end. According to our schedule, it is now time for session 1. Session 1 is going to be presented by Mr. Nazarias. He will introduce internet governance. To know about internet governance, what is all about internet governance. When someone talking about internet governance, you should know, and also he will introduce the Internet Governance Forum also that will be conducted tomorrow. So you'll be aware all about internet governance. I'd like to welcome Mr. Kirama to present the session 1. Karib.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. I understand that we have registration from as far as Zambia, Ghana, and some other places. Without a further ado, before I proceed, I would like to play a video on internet governance. And like the very able Dr. Charlie introduced, my name is Naza Nicholas Kirama, currently the coordinator for the Tanzania Internet Governance Forum. And I am also the organizer of Tanzania School on Internet Governance Forum and the coordinator for the Southern Africa Regional Youth School on Internet Governance. And I'm also part of the secretariat for the East Africa Internet Governance Forum. And I also sit in the Global Internet Governance Forum, which is organized by the United Nations. I sit in the secretariat for the organization of collaborative session on internet governance. So like I said, I have had a privilege. Let's listen to the video, please, before I proceed. Thank you. If you can raise the volume a little bit. Volume. So I would like you for you to pay attention as the video plays. There are some text that you will see as it plays. And we also want to know if the people from Zoom can hear the video. Are the people from the Zoom hearing the video?
No. We don't get the voice.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, yours, we hear it.
Can you hear now?
Not yet.
How about now?
I am wondering, can those who are in the Zoom hear the video? Hello? They are saying the video is not audible. They cannot hear. Okay, I think the technicians are trying to solve the problem, and once they solve the problem, we'll proceed.
Create a professional logo that best reflects your brand. Just go to Wix Logo Maker.
Inasoma sikia.
Hello. Hello.
The Internet, the global network of networks that changed our lives. Instant online communication between people all over the world.
Hello? Mike. Hello?
Hello?
Okay. Because of this, what is happening now, a technical challenge where the technicians are working on. We see now we can use this opportunity to have a coffee break, to go for coffee. And then when we come back, we continue with where we have been ended or where we are at this time. So I'd like to welcome participants for the coffee break, and then we'll come back after we have 40 minutes. 20 minutes for coffee break, then we'll come back. And those who are online Zoom, you can also break for 20 minutes, then we'll come back. We'll continue with our sessions, with our workshop. Thank you. To those who are not familiar with the building, washrooms, when you go out with the corridor, the outlet, move with the outlet corridor. dustbin, which is on the left side. So on the left, there is where room there. So you move with the main outlet corridor, go to the left, you will see the environment to the washroom. So that is for those who are not familiar with the geography of the building. Okay, you're welcome for the coffee break.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Issue ni kwamba ukishapa ndio ina yani IR nachukua sauti ya green kama green au ndio tulikuwa tukisema huko ya sauti ya huko
Hello. Hello. Así.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hiyo bado inaendelea kushare. Yeah. Hello.
Audio inatoka. Yaani audio inatoka.
Nichague hiyo. Hebu tuiweke.
Instant online communication between people all over the world. New business models, exchange of information, free flow and storage data are all benefits which
Hello?
we enjoy
Hello?
without thinking.
Hello? It's okay? Hello? Hello?
The internet. The global network of networks that changed our lives. Instant online communication between people all over the world. New business models, exchange of information, free flow and storage data are all benefits which we enjoy without thinking of the whole picture. How is it governed? Which are the major players? The internet has no centralized governance and therefore no unified rules and policies exist. In order to understand the full picture, I will tell you more about the most important stakeholders in internet governance. Ideally, they are all in dialogue with each other. Governments. Governments and national legislation authorities determine the national policies for access and use of the internet on national level. Active governments in the field have been USA, EU member states and the EU as a whole, Brazil, China, India and Russia. In 2015, the EU adopted the first EU-wide net neutrality rules, which creates individual and
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello. We're going to resume our training session. And now I want to verify if everyone can hear us. They are going to play the video again and see if you can hear. So all the good people online, please pay attention for the video. Thank you. I think we can play the video. Hello? I was wondering if Dr. Laltaika, can you hear us, Dr. Laltaika?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Yes, we would like for you to take like a minute to prepare your session on, to present your session on cybersecurity and cybercrime. If you are ready,
Okay.
please, doctor, you can proceed. Thank you.
Can you see my slides? Can everyone see my slides?
Yes, everybody can be able to see your slides. I think you will have to share the screen. He's going to make you a co-host. Make him a co-host. So you will be a co-host, so you can be able to share your screen.
Okay.
Yes. So you can look at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and then you will click a green button, share the screen. And you can play your slides.
I think I've done that.
Okay.
What about there? Are you seeing it?
Yeah,
Is it visible?
It is visible, but you need to now play it. Yes, you need to play it like that.
I'll be going.
Yes.
So that's just the first. So I'll be
Yeah,
moving
that
like
is,
this.
you're all set now.
Okay.
Yes.
So colleagues, once again, warm welcome. Can I proceed straight away?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay,
Karibu sana.
colleagues, warm welcome once again. My topic is on cyber security and cyber crimes. And it's great to talk all the way from Mtwara to our capital city. Feel free to keep your questions until I finish, and I'm going to be quite simple. Cybersecurity has many definitions, but one that is pioneered by the Union is the UN agency that deals with cybersecurity, cyber crimes, and all the telecommunications matters. They say this is collection of legal policy, romantic mechanisms, and the processes to keep the cyberspace safe for users. And people with disability, school learners, and everyone, because the internet is supposed to be a welcoming platform for everyone. And so the legal part is where I chip in, because you cannot have cybersecurity by only relying on technological. You need diplomat when there is a cyber terrorism. You need a diplomat. When children are being cyberbullying, you get social scientists. When there is an issue of internet shutdown and stuff, you get economists. So all of us come to a cycle to discuss this elephant called the cybersecurity. So cybercrime is really one tool, and the legal aspects of cybersecurity include issues to do with cybercrimes, data protection, privacy, e-commerce, consumer protection, etc., etc. And I'm seeing somebody really is only on cyber crimes, but I wanted to give you this big picture so you know that the pie is much bigger than the slice I'm taking. And why is cybersecurity very important? Actually, it is said that in some countries, you are not allowed to waste your airtime by speaking about anything else and forget to mention something about cybersecurity. If you do that, people wataandamana wakisema huyu kiongozi vipi anasahau kuongelea mambo ya cyber security wakati it's a threat. So economic reasons, political reasons, and the social reasons. And just to give you a picture, according to the World Economic Forum, cybersecurity issues are the 5th most important issues in the world. Global issues, the cybersecurity rank is the 5th most important. Economically, it is because they say where your treasure is, there your heart shall be also. Hazina yako ilipo na moyo wako utakuwa pia. And this means there is a lot of treasure in the internet in terms of e-commerce, in terms of gateway into platforms and the internet very much. Politically, for cyber terrorism and stuff, and for social reasons, it is very, very important to protect the privacy of people. Everyone in that room has some secrets in their phone that they don't want people to know. And the law must really get what you are hiding. So how does cyber attacks happen? Well, this is a very complicated question that includes engineers, but you know when you see it. If you are attacked, you will definitely know. But they use malicious code intrusion, social engineering, physical devices, and insider attacks. Malicious code intrusion is where an engineered virus or Trojan horse or worm is sent as an intruder into your system. Social engineering does not use any engineering, so to speak. Ni utapeli wa maneno. Ile pesa tuma kwa namba hii, and then you send. You have been attacked basically or exploited. Physical device is when you lose your credit card, someone may reverse engineer and attack you or attack your property. And the insider attacks is where you someone in the office or in the bank shares your information with outsiders, and then they can get the way to penetrate and harm you. So the current definition of cyber crimes is a criminal activity that either targets or uses a computer network, or a networked device. This is because the definition of cybercrime has been changing so much. And as a result of advancements in IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics, and stuff like that. So drafters are keeping it easy not to come up with a definition which is too closed, to ensure that there is always room for expansion when there is no new development. For example, with the coming of artificial intelligence, there are crimes which are committed independent of human beings, because machine learning is part of artificial intelligence. So if a machine like a driverless car continues to learn and then it causes an accident, then you cannot directly say the manufacturer of that software is responsible, because this machine was created with very little knowledge, but it continued to learn on its own until it can harm people. So there are many legal issues that remain unresolved in the advent of artificial intelligence and robotics and IoT. You need to be able to say exactly the kind of the classification makes it easy for you to navigate through the world of cyber crimes. And there are two main types of cyber crimes: cyber-dependent crimes and the cyber crimes are those crimes which are carried out against the computers or computer networks or other devices. In other words, cyber-enabled crimes, this is because they are used. Cyber-dependent crimes are those crimes which are new. They were never there before the discovery of computers.
Doctor, can I intervene a little bit? Doctor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, because we are getting latency on your video. Can
Yes,
you turn
please.
off your video, please? If you turn off your video.
Is it on?
Off. Yes, like that.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been thinking it is off all the all along. I thought I'm off from the video then. This is very interesting. Are you hearing me properly now?
Yes, yes.
All right. So I was saying that these are new crimes, and the cyber-enabled crimes are old-fashioned crimes, really, which are only being easily done because we now have computers. For example, if you say hacking is a crime, somebody who died 300 ago, hacking is, if you say DDO, denial of service attacks, only someone who grew up in the computer era can possibly know. You cannot have a prosecutor or a police or a judge who died before the computer era understand. And in our cyber crime law, as I will tell you later, the first 10 sections are on this really pure cyber crimes. And cyber-enabled crimes are fashioned like forgery. Forgery has been there even before computers. Yes, you can only forge because you can use computer programs like Adobe and stuff like that. Now let's dig deeper a little bit on these computer dependent crimes. You cannot commit that crime unless you are using a computer or a computer device. And these fall broadly into two main categories: illicit intrusion into a computer or the disruption or downgrading a computer. Illicit intrusion means you are hacking. You are not supposed to get into that system or that network, so you are forging or you are using some shortcuts, illegal ways of getting inside and being able to obtain information. Whereas disruption, you are just denying people, and this is the most common computer dependent crime, where, like I said, malware or crime, I mean, this Trojan horses and viruses are sent to implement denial of service or distributed denial of service attacks. And these are collectively known as hackers' crimes. They are done by people who are engineers or who at least are very good in computer science. You cannot have a hacker who is just a simple person who has studied history and has no interest in computer matters. So even if this person is taken to before a judge, the judge will first and foremost be suspicious that this person has not committed this crime because anatumia simu ya tochi. How can someone with the simu ya tochi and who has not studied computers at all, navigate, I mean, attack such a well-constructed system of a bank, for example? Cyber-dependent crimes include willful spread of computer virus. You purposely affect computers with virus, and you bring about interference is the section in our to interfere with any data. Now, computer-enabled crimes, which I said, are very easy to understand. When I used it to teach my students at Nelson Mandela and other universities, they find it quite difficult to grapple with the first ones I've explained, because they ask, why is it a crime? Why, if somebody opened an email with a virus, what do I have to do with that, etc. But these ones, they understand it very well. For example, fraud, like it is pronounced in Scotland, is the oldest crime in human history. It is provided in the Bible. The Bible is fraud is Proverbs 11 verses 1. It is actually a way of making people to changing the nature. For example, faking banknotes or faking qualifications to be paid money which you were not supposed, or to be given 1 million, you get 100. They are punishable just like legal from fraud in the US Senate for 10 years. They wanted to a computer-related fraud. And they said these are the main characteristics: that first, you have the intention to defraud. Secondly, you have financial or technical resources to do that. Like I said, you cannot just say someone with a simu ya tochi has committed this. And basically, you attack a computer system or you use a computer system. If you just forge one document offline, that does not qualify as now the legal and institutional aspects. Many people think we don't have law to regulate these things in our country. And I can assure you that there is a legal framework in place, and the judges also the magistrate ready for anyone who contravenes our laws in a fortnight. No, it is that stage was in 2003 when the first in Tanzania was established. Kudos to the people who were there in 2003. They did something very humble. If you read that policy now, it is available on the internet. It has almost nothing really, but it was a kind of pictures, kind of a roadmap really, that those people said we need ICT in Tanzania, and they convinced the government. Basically, those who have attended my other trainings know that in Tanzania, a computer was at some point declared an illegal device. And because some experts meaning people from foreign countries who came to work as experts in Tanzania, used the computer to steal a lot of money. And Mwalimu Nyerere declared the computers illegal in Tanzania for many years. So through this ICT policy, that his bitter history was reviewed, and sorry for that hiccup. I think there was something. Are you hearing? Are we together?
Yes, doctor, from online we can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. So I think there was a little bit of interruption, so I want to confirm if those offline are also hearing. Colleagues at UDOM, are you hearing? Are we together? Can somebody check with them or with the chat?
Yes, we can hear. Can hear.
You can hear me?
Yes.
All right, all right. In 2007, history was made in the legal world, where for the first time, the law of evidence was amended to allow electronically generated material to be used as evidence. So you could now bring an email, or you could print out some conversation. And then in 2010, that is the year that the foundation of ICT in the country was put in place. This was the year where the law called EPOCA, which means Electronic Postal Communication Act, is the biggest law in this country, really, which governs all electronic, postal, and all radios, all TVs, etc., etc. It is the law that is being governed by TCRA. So that is when TCRA was given the mandate to combine the works of the former Broadcasting Commission and Postal Commission. So it brought the postal world and the media world together to make one of the most, the busiest, the most important institutions in our country. Really, is the Telecommunication Commission. In 2015, you all know that we joined the rest of the international community by enacting the Cyber Crimes Act and the Electronic Transactions Act. And since then, there have been improvements until in 2022, when we got the Privacy and Data Protection Act. That one was supposed to be enacted in 2015. But it missed a lot of things, and it attracted a lot of criticism that it was not adequate. Then it was deferred until more than almost 10 years later. That is how it was enacted last year. You will hear this from the next presenter who will talk about privacy and data protection. And as you can see, credit to Advocate Mkizungo. Is my former student, an advocate now working with the, I think with the Fair Competition Commission. And he did a wonderful job to his mwalimu. Because I did my studies abroad, and when I came back, I needed someone to tell me what has happened at home. And he kindly prepared this for a mwalimu. So it's not always that a mwalimu teaches a student. Sometimes a student also has a chance to teach his mwalimu. Now, the Cyber Crimes Act, I will not talk about the Electronic Transactions Act, and I will not talk about the Data Privacy Act, because it is going to be the subject of my fellow presenter. The Cyber Crimes Act, like I said, was enacted in 2015, very close to the general elections. Actually, people complained, they thought that it was a mechanism to interfere with elections. It has only 59 sections, so you can read it through. If you are in Dodoma, you take your daladala from Nyerere Square to UDOM, you've finished the whole act. It is based on the Southern African Development Community's model law. There was a model law for SADC that was prepared by the ITU through a project called HISPA, Harmonization of ICT Policies in Sub-Saharan Africa. If you take that model law and compare with our Cyber Crimes Act, is probably over 90% similar. They just changed a few things. When did this law come into effect? It came into effect on the 14th of August 2015 by a tangazo by Professor Makame Mnyambarawa, who was the then Minister of Science, of Communication Science and Technology. By then, I was at Nelson Mandela, and I remember our institution was not in the Ministry of Education. We were a training institution within this ministry of communication science and technology. And it was very good news for us to see that finally Tanzania had enacted its own Cyber Crimes Act. So for those who need to go deeper now with those acts, which I've just given an overview, like how many sections, the DNA through the SADC model law, you can see that section 4 to section 10 are what are called hackers crimes, those which I mentioned that they are not committed by a normal person. They include computer interception. You cannot intercept a computer if you are just a layman. If people take you to court, just tell the judge, sir, I don't even know what a software is. And then you will be asked to chapa mwendo. But you can now categorize all crimes, cyber crimes in the world into 4. There are those which are called the cyber piracy. Cyber piracy is to use technology to pirate information. If you download books, distribute music without permission, that is actually a crime. You are pirating. Then there is cyber trespass. Cyber trespass comes from the normal trespass that you are using technology to gain access. You are not a registered student of like the computer engineers of the University of Iringa did. That is cyber trespass. Then cyber vandalism is where you vandalize, you just destroy system, you send a computer virus to destroy whatever content crimes. These are policy related. For example,
Doctor,
some countries regulate. Are you
Doctor,
hearing?
I think you need to share your screen. Your screen just disappeared.
Okay, let me reshare.
Please.
Okay. So,
yes.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, we are able to see it.
All right. So, like I said, cyber vandalism can be done by anybody really. You just destroy whatever system is, the data. It is done mostly by hackers, but nowadays they have expanded. They say anyone can destroy. Sometimes you can destroy a system by ignorance. You have been told not to bring your own device, you do so, and then you destroy data. So, and the content related crime is something that need very careful tending, because it is violation of policy issues or abuse of the internet. Now, there is a very thin line between violating internet or cyber crimes and restricting freedom of expression. So there are a few things that we all agree should be criminalized online. And those include pornography. If you share pornography or child pornography, that should be a crime. Or hate speech. There are countries which are very particular when it comes to hate speech. They enforce that very, very strongly. And then there are issues like fake news. When you do fake news, some countries criminalize fake news very, very strongly. But it really depends on what kind of country you want to build, what kind of of society you want to build, and the philosophy of that government. Some governments are very careful in dealing with hate crimes in order to bring about national unity and stuff like that. Some countries are very particular to protect children, etc., etc. So having said that, I really thank you, asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza, and I am open to questions. Karibu for any questions, please. Back to you, Mr. Nazar.
Okay, thank you, Taika.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's time for, thank you for a nice presentation.
Thank you, Daktari.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now it's time for question and answer, comments. You're welcome. Another mic, where is the other mic?
Thank you for the nice presentation that went on. But
Yes.
my question comes to now we are going to an area where we are talking about digital inclusion. And therefore, we have people with disabilities trying to use the ICT. And in some cases, we see they have to take materials and put in other form so that they can read. Now the question is, with the move, the cyber security and your expertise, how can we navigate that and to ensure that we are making sure that people with disabilities also are receiving, are getting the what we call internet that all Tanzanians want?
Dr.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is that Mr. Bwire?
I am Dr. Cosmas Nyani, a digital inclusion expert.
Okay, wonderful. So, Dr. Cosmas, that is a wonderful question. And I think you should be linked to the Law Society, Tanganyika Law Society. They have a committee to deal with people with disability and their rights. And there is an international convention. It is called the Marrakesh Agreement, which allows an exception for changing material and make it user-friendly for people with disability without anyone taking you to court for violating any of the cyber crimes. And Tanzania is a member of the Marrakesh Agreement, and the Law Society is trying to promote this to ensure that people with disability are not left out of the benefits that are available for the world on ICT advancement. So I think you can link up with Mr. Nazar, and then we will try to connect you to the committee of the lawyers that deals with people with disability. And I'm sure with your expertise in digital inclusion, you will give them some information and insights to improve their work.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Harry, there is another comment question. Welcome. You can introduce yourself then.
Okay, as introduced earlier, I am Samuel Benjamin Mazota, cybersecurity practitioner, in bachelor's degree in cybersecurity and digital forensics at the University of Dodoma. I have 3 questions here, Doctor.
Yes.
Question I want to know from you, the cybersecurity posture of our country in terms of awareness, incident response, and the effort that are taken to stabilize the security industry? I don't know if I'm clearly understood.
Yes.
Question, I would like to know about attack, and you have tried to describe some of the attacks present in our country, or complete elimination of it. As we can see, for instance, phishing or specifically smishing have been a cry or have been a long time struggle in our. So if we can't handle the ordinary or dealing with recent high profile flight.
Bwana Mazota, I am not hearing you.
Hello?
Get your mic properly.
Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay, my third question is, I want to understand or to know legally how our policies and laws referring to Cybercrime Act of 2015 is dealing or is trying to extend this cyber security career or the cyberspace as whole, and how, because these policies or these laws created in this Cybercrime Act are very harsh and doom. So I would try to get some clarification to enhance my understanding. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Ndugu Samuel Mazota. I'm very happy to really see young people very energetic, and congratulations to the University of Dodoma for putting in place this bachelor degree in cybersecurity and digital forensics. I think next time I'm in Dodoma, I will come for a public lecture, Bwana. I will ask you with the doctor there and you, Bwana Samuel Mazota, to arrange for this. And basically, I'm also in the final stages of writing my book, of publishing my book, and I will write down that one of the people who will get a free commentary copy is Bwana Samuel Mazota, a young upcoming cybersecurity expert. Yes, so just to give your name to Mr. Nazar, and in the next 2 months when my book is out, you will get a complimentary copy all the way sent to you to the University of Dodoma. Congratulations. Coming back to the questions. Question 1 on awareness efforts. A lot is being done to bring awareness, but this is not the job of the government only. It should be done by universities. For example, in Nelson Mandela, they used it to go and conduct awareness about phishing to people. They used it to call it industrial visit and STEM. We have not seen this being done by many other universities. So please, Bwana Mazota, you can start a small students, leaders, or group to take this education to many people about how to keep safe online. On the second question about eliminating crimes like phishing, it is not possible. We will never reach a place where there is elimination of any crime. It is always there, going to be there, because that's how I get my job. If no one commits a crime, then what will I be doing as a judge? So I will be unemployed. Yeah. On a serious note, whenever you try to do something about a certain crime, people learn. For example, on phishing, in the past, you get a message saying, ile hela tuma kwa namba hii. Then the government tried to, telecommunication companies tried to filter that. If you compose that message and you want to send it, it will not go through. It will come back to you. So these guys invented another thing. Instead of saying ile hela, they say ile ela. So if you remove H, you still get that message. You can see that criminals also change according to time. On the last one, on the Cyber Crimes Act, it is true that it is, people think it's a very harsh law. And whether it is going to be amended or not, it will depend on how many cases we receive really, because only the court tests the validity of the law. If people in the street or in the universities say this law is very harsh, they will need to wait until a judge says so, because interpreting a statute is the work of the court. Enactment is done by the parliament, but we are the ones who give it life by giving it an interpretation. What is written by the parliamentarians may not necessarily mean what can be seen by a normal person. It needs to be tested in court to develop a coherent meaning. Thank you very much. Back to you, facilitator.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Galtaika. Any question?
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. My name is Frederick Namungo, and I am a research coordinator from CC Tanzania organization. I had some of the question. I think cybercrime and cybersecurity seem as a technical word for the citizens, especially in Tanzania, because the internet things are very new for them. But
what is the name again? Sorry.
Frederick Binamungo.
Okay.
Yes. How can we make cyber security and cyber crime more accessible to everyone, to understand the terminology, to understand how it's work, to understand everything about it? Kwa sababu people have been attacked for different from different perspectives, so this can help them to have a very good knowledge when they are in attack. And how can we leverage understanding of cybersecurity and cybercrime to prevent crimes and to protect individual organization from those crimes? And the last three, what strategies can we use to make cybercrime and cyber security more inclusive, welcoming to people and all background and abilities? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fred. That is a very loaded question, really. Like I said when I was replying to Samuel Mazota, it is true awareness is not there. So the first way of doing awareness is they can. You need, as a student at UNOM, to conduct your training maybe to primary school near you. Just to go there, talk to students and their teachers. Somebody can go to an NGO. Another way is through social media. You can create social media posts about some aspects of cybersecurity and cyber crimes. And some of us have done this by teaching. Like you can see, I have my students right there, including the facilitator. And finally is, like I said, about writing books. And now I'm getting excited to come to visit
Doctor, we can't hear you.
Because I think this will be the first book in Tanzania on legal aspects of cybersecurity and cyber crimes, do the work. So I'll really be happy to come there. Okay. What about now?
You're somewhere.
Can you now hear me?
Yeah, now we hear you.
Yeah, so like
we hear you now. Now we don't hear you again. We can't hear you. You're not heard. Any more question, burning question, something someone wanted to? I think there is nothing. Can continue with next presentation. Next presentation. I will deliver next presentation.
Or you can sit over here. Thank you. Like I said, as we wait for him to deliver a presentation, we planned this event for like 40 people. So we are halfway. Some from Dar es Salaam, council, and also from Dodoma. So for those people who are coming from Dodoma, if you have any friend that you believe, can hear these important presentations for the rest of this evening, this afternoon and tomorrow, because tomorrow is when we really have a policy debate on internet governance. Tutakuwa tunaangalia hayo mambo mbalimbali. Kwa hiyo, if you have like two friends that you think they can commit to come tomorrow, please contact my lady Stella Rugongo, if you can raise your hands. And it is unfortunate that women have not shown up. It's so you really represent, because we had lots of ladies cancel their trips, and I don't know what happened. Some of them were complaining about stomach aches and that, and I don't know. So if you have a lady friend who can really come and enjoy and take away things from these presentations, I think you are welcome to talk to her during the lunchtime, so that we do not take all this food waste, as well as the time for the presentation, kwa sababu hao wadau huwa tunawapata kwa kutoka jasho sana. Sasa watu wasipokuja, na watu tumewaalika, mtu amesha confirm, lakini anakuja kukwambia jana kwamba au usiku anakwambia nimeshindwa kuja. It is very telling. Kwa hiyo asanteni sana. Kama ukusikia chochote, basi nadhani mnaweza kukaa tu sasa. Karibu ukae. And I hope Dr. Charlie is ready. I would like to introduce Dr. Charlie. I think he has been a moderator for the morning session. And Dr. Charlie is a very friendly doctor. And I think some of you may have had interacted with him. Jinsi unavyomuona mpole na mambo yake ni ya uhakika hivyo hivyo. Kwa hiyo mtu yoyote ambaye ana issue yoyote, sio vibaya kuongea naye kwenye masuala yanayohusu ICT na mambo ya blockchains, ambayo nafikiri kesho atakuwa na presentation pia kwenye mambo ya blockchains, namna ambavyo inaweza kutumika kwenye integration, mambo ya food systems, kitu kama hicho. Nadhani mtamsikia jana kesho. Daktari, uwanja ni wako. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'll be sharing with you about privacy and data protection. Privacy and data protection is a topic in cybersecurity, is a topic in ICT, in IT, which is a very important topic because today we have a great development in the information technology. All right. I hope also Zoom can also see what I'm displaying here. Is topic about privacy and data protection is very, very important today. It's becoming an important topic for the information technology and the uses of internet and other ICT services. Today's development is driven by information technology. The information technology now is a crucial component for development today. Everywhere they are using information technology to put efficiency in their whatever they are doing. Businesses, they are using information technologies. Education organizations, they are using information technology, and many other places. So information technology mostly is utilizing data for the technology to be useful. Data is very important in the information technology. Therefore, now it becomes that data need to be handled well, because if those data which are processed, they are utilized in the information technology, are not well handled, chaos could emerge, and things will not move as they are supposed to be moved. So to protect data is very important. Also, to protect personal privacy, to protect people with whatever things they have. So the topic which I'm going to present is this one: privacy and data protection, which is the crucial concept in today's digital age. People are using social media for communication, for socializing, doing whatever they are doing. Government are collecting data from the users who are the citizens. Organizations are collecting data of their customers, and those data about their customers, they are using them. Those data for marketing. Government are using those data to easy providing of e-governance services and the other services which are provided by the government. And many organizations are using those data in different kinds. Also, academic institutions are using data for the data to be they are using those data for easy of what they are providing in their mandates. So data is very crucial in today's digital age. Personal information constantly being collected, processed, and shared. The personal data are constantly collected and being shared. We know there is this statement which is saying that data is the new oil. Data is the new oil. Today data is fueling an increase in business. The data are fueling the business, and it is the new oil. As I said earlier, that data is used by different organizations for different purposes, and those organizations are existing because they are depending on those kind of data they are using. So data now is becoming the new fuel for the organization to be in the existence. Organization can use data to organize marketing strategies, to reach the customers, to enhance their services, to create new product. Because when they are collecting those kind of data, they can know now we need to have, or we need to create this kind of product. We need to improve this kind of service, because data tell them. And why? Data tell them they harness number of information, number of knowledge from those kind of data. That's why today we are having analytics technologies which are harnessing important data analytics, and important knowledge in the data. So data is the new oil, because organizations, different kind of organizations, are using those data for the existence of their whatever they are using. Some of the data which are collected can use to personalize customer experiences, how the organizations are interacting, even government are interacting with customers or citizens, automate the marketing messages, creating automated messages for marketing. If we have experience when we are using different kind of social media or email, or you are using a certain kind of application, and then you will find advertisement which is advertise a certain product, a certain service, and that service in a way could relate with what you are trying, or you are looking about, or you are trying to, whatever, maybe in some days you are trying to search, you are trying to find, and you'll find a number of advertisement which is advertising that kind of product, that kind of service. That is coming from the automated marketing messaging, marketing experience. So system are used to learn whatever you are interested with, and will take to you those kind of advertisement. Even in the YouTube, if you are looking at a certain video in the YouTube and the an advert is popping up, that advert somewhere could maybe relate with something which you are trying to search in the internet. So those are automated marketing messages. Also, data are used for science-driven insights and many more. All depend on the quality and the volume of information. As information are becoming big in volume, then they become more useful, because they are containing a lot of knowledge that could be used by the organization. Companies are eager to collect data. Companies are eager to collect data. Legislators are keen to protect the privacy and safety of individuals. Companies need data and wanted to collect data from users, from customers, from citizens. Need to collect those data, because as you get a big volume of data, then you will have a big volume of information, of knowledge, so as it will help you to provide or to improve services in a way. But legislators, those people from law, are keen to protect the privacy and safety of individual. You know, now, it become somewhere they collide. Someone wants to protect those what you want to collect, and another wants to just want all those kind of data. So that is where need to see how these things, to put guidelines, to put arrangements on the way, the good way, the way that would be handled in this coalition. Legislators and companies. Data now it become to protect. There is need a way to protect those kind of data. Now we have something known as data privacy. Is important because it safeguards personal integrity. It safeguards personal integrity. That is the privacy, and also promote trust in digital interactions. It promotes trust, and also upholds the fundamental rights of individual in an increasing data-driven world. It upholds the fundamental rights of individual. Fundamental rights of individual. Okay. All right. Sorry. So data privacy is very important because of that. Companies want data and they want to use that data for their benefits, but those data need to be protected. That is where privacy is becoming. That is where privacy is becoming. Sorry. All right. So that is where privacy is very important. Privacy is an individual. Privacy is an individual's right to keep their personal information. Individual's right to keep their personal information. The right to keep your information. Everyone is having information. The right to keep information, thought, and activities private. To keep them private and secure from unauthorized access. To secure them from unauthorized access. So that is the privacy, is to keep data, information, those are personal thoughts and activities private and secure from unauthorized access. It involves controlling what information is shared, who has access to it, and under what circumstances it can be used, and at what circumstances it can be used. So that is privacy, to decide about your data, about your information, about your thoughts, that who has access to it and under what circumstances. Not only have access and at what circumstances it can be used. Privacy is a fundamental human right. recognized by various international agreements and legal works. It is recognized. Privacy is recognized by international agreements, international bodies, international legal frameworks. Privacy is recognized. International, locally, it is recognized. And privacy is in the legal frameworks. Information privacy. Now we have something known as information privacy. Is the right to have some control over how your personal information is collected and used. The right to have some control over how your personal information is collected and used. That is information privacy. We have another thing. Which is data protection. That is privacy, and we have data protection. Data protection is practices and regulations that organizations and governments put in place to ensure that personal data is handled. Personal data is handled in a responsible and a lawful manner to protect those kind of personal data, to protect personal data in a formal way by using laws and other regulations to protect how those people who want to collect data about you, what they are supposed to do before they collect data about you, what are supposed to do. Privacy is looking to protect, data protection is looking to cover privacy. Data protection is looking to cover privacy. Okay? Data protection is looking to cover privacy. Its aim is to protect individual rights and freedoms, to protect individual rights and freedom concerning their personal information. The regulations about data protection vary from country to country, but the general outline how data can be collected, processed, stored, and transferred. That is data protection. The data protection regulations are in different countries. They are generally outlined, but generally outline how data can be collected, processed, stored, and transferred. The data protection and the privacy, those two things. We have privacy, we have data protection. Those two terms, the way they are related, Privacy is an aspect of data protection. It is an aspect of data protection, and that is in the debate, how they are, which is higher than which one. If I ask you, what can you say? Which is higher than the other? Data protection, data privacy. Which is above which? Data privacy is above. Why?
Data protection is above data privacy.
Why?
Because data privacy is all about the rights of the user. But the protection, it means we want to protect the rights of the user. Thank you.
Any other opinion?
For me, I can say data privacy because
It's
above. Yes, it's above because we cannot have protection if we don't have privacy. Because somebody can just have the rights, because privacy is a right. It's human rights. That's why you present yourself that privacy is a human right. So first, individual should know and understand what's supposed to share before need for protection. So I can put privacy is a primary and protection is a secondary.
All right, it is a debate. Yes.
I think both are in the same level because they are, it seems they are interdependent. If there is no protection, there is no privacy. If there's no privacy, nothing can be protected.
Yeah, you want to say something? They are interrelated.
Yeah, I just want to add on what people have been saying. My opinion, I think that data protection and data privacy, they are working together, like they are both cohabiting. But data privacy comes first because it defines who access the data. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
All right, so let's just stop here now. We can discuss in the question and answer more about data privacy and data protection. So because we need to understand these things, we as people of internet governance, ICT, and those even here people who are coming from different disciplines, we are all relating to these things. Oh, we are relating to these things. We are using information technology. We need to understand these things well, so as we can be good ambassador, and we can work on these things wherever we are meeting with them. There where we are going. Data privacy and data protection addresses the proper storage, access, retention, immutability, and the security of sensitive data. Is addressing that privacy and data protection. Is addressing to store data. Is addressing about access of the data, retention of the data. If you have those kind of data, how you need to retain them, how you are supposed to store them, immutability, to have this data without changing, without being someone do whatever, play on the data, security of those kind of data, especially the sensitive data. Personal data are sensitive data. These two things are often overlap and complement each other. They are overlapping and complement each other in various ways. Data collection and usage. The way data are collected, the way data are used, they are complement. How data are supposed to be collected. There is privacy issue there. There is protection issue there. Law regulations will tell you that you're supposed to collect this kind of data in this way. You're supposed to handle this data in this way. Regulations and laws, data protection. Privacy is which kind of data you're supposed to collect. And privacy is concerning of when you are collecting. Data protection will ensure that my data are in privacy. Consent and the transparency. That is supposed to, when you are when data are collected, the consent is needed. Consent of the person who is the data of that person. Need to consent. You need to consent that you are, now I allow you to collect my data, to consent. And transparency is concerning of those who are collecting
data are supposed to be transparent. To say clearly that I'm collecting this kind of data, I handle this kind of data in this way. I will handle this kind of data in this way. So as you can sue them when they are misusing your data. We have this experience. Many in the internet, when you are using internet, when you are using computer, and now even in different services, online services, or mobile companies, cellular companies, when they are connecting you to a certain service, they say vigezo na masharti kuzingatiwa, vigezo na masharti kuzingatiwa. Vigezo na masharti ndio hivyo. Kama haukubaliani vigezo na masharti, hautakubali kujiunga na ile huduma. Yapo watu wengi sana, number of people, they are not concerned of looking those vigezo na masharti, terms and conditions. They are not concerned to looking those terms and conditions. So as when they are accepting, they know what they have accepted. But many people, they are not looking on that. Then when service is coming, you might quarrel in a certain way. They are providing services to you, or they are taking your information somewhere, and they will tell you that it is in the terms and conditions, and you accepted terms and conditions. So when you accept terms and conditions, you need to be aware on what is written in the terms and conditions. And also software, when you are installing software, normally you have to accept terms and conditions. Those terms and conditions are concerning the consent and transparency. They tell you everything, that we will collect this kind of data, this kind of data, this and this, and we will handle your data in this way, in this way, in this way. We'll connect to, if there is third party, that your data will go to the third party. They will tell you, but most of the people are not looking at those terms and conditions. They just agree. You just agree, then you continue. But those are the consent and transparency. Rights and empowerment. Rights and empowerment is also concerning privacy, data protection, security and safeguarding, legal framework and compliance. All those issues which are overlapping between privacy, data security. Because of time, I will not talk much about this. It's just those two. It's just the two of them, which I've already talked about them: data collection and usage. Those are the details of data collection and usage, and consent and transparency, which is I've already talked about. Why we should have data privacy and protection? Why we need that? The importance of data collection and protection. Albert Kobach, who is a IT manager and information security officer, said that data protection and the privacy are critical components of information security because they help to safeguard sensitive and confidential information from unauthorized access, use, disclosure, modification, and distractions. All those kind of things are crucial, are important for data and the privacy to protect data. They are crucial. So data are supposed to be protected, because they can safeguard sensitive and confidential information. They can safeguard because
sensitive information, sensitive information could be found somewhere in the public, it is confidential information and it is in the public, and the investigation bringing you as the source of leaking those kind of information, then you enter into legal process, and they will you will be charged in the legal framework. So to protect those kind of data is crucial, and it will help those data to be in the to be kept without being shared freely. And there is relationship between privacy and cyber security. There is relation cyber security. Cyber security, we are securing cyber network, cyber space, cyber issues. We are securing all those kind of cyber. We are securing them. As we're securing them, we are maintaining the privacy, data privacy, personal data, and other things. Security and the privacy are interconnected aspect of maintaining the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information in the digital realm. It maintains kind of the data in that way, the availability, confidentiality, and integrity. These are very important issues, aspects in the information security: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. They are important aspect in the information security. Both play crucial roles in ensuring the security and protection of personal and sensitive data from various threats and risks. They are ensuring protection of personal data and sensitive data from various threats and risks. That is cybersecurity and privacy. Cybersecurity provides technical and procedural safeguards that protect individual privacy. By preventing unauthorized access and data breaches. They contribute to secure and trusted digital environment. They can do that. Cybersecurity provide technical and procedural safeguards. They those programming security programming, they are securing information from being accessed by unauthorized people, authorized users, and also protect from data breaches, data not to be breached. So cybersecurity is protecting them. So as cybersecurity is doing its perfection, it is protecting the privacy, is maintaining the privacy, data privacy. We have also surveillance, surveillance in the privacy, the relationship between surveillance and privacy. We have surveillance. Surveillance refer to the statements to the systematic monitoring of individual, systematic monitoring of individual activities and information for the purpose of gathering data, ensuring security, or exerting control. Surveillance. Following up of activities, following up of individual, whatever he or she is doing. Surveillance can be done in the camera. We have CCTV. There can be CCTV cameras for security. It can be positions in the area where you want to put security. Surveillance is also, that is the surveillance, looking at the activities which are done there, so as you can be aware of whatever is done. Surveillance can also be done in the when someone using software, using internet, surveillance can be there, just following up what you are doing, whatever you are doing, collecting the information, collecting whatever you're doing. But also surveillance can be done physically, someone looking at you, wherever you are going. You don't know that someone is following you, but he is doing surveillance, just collecting data that this person is here doing this is passing through here, go there, talk to someone and other things. So surveillance is in that way, just taking individual information for the purpose of gathering data. And surveillance is using in the security, so is using to ensure security or exerting control. As I told you, CCTV camera can be put as a security component there, where wherever you are, you can look on the area where you put CCTV, that is the area is safe when the other things are kept well. Surveillance can take various forms, including mass surveillance, surveillance, corporate surveillance, personal surveillance, which is including social media, GPS tracking, or other personal devices. Mass surveillance inafanyika katika maeneo, it is done, as I told you, that maybe it could be CCTV cameras put somewhere in the street, also in the street, wherever, in the market, in the organization, wherever it is kept, it is installed, so as it can collect some data. But in the government also, surveillance is done for the security purposes. The national security are doing surveillance to understand whatever is happening in the country. Corporate surveillance for the business organizations, wherever. Personal surveillance, as I told you also, you can put at your home, but also surveillance can be done in the social media. As I told you that some software would follow your footsteps wherever you are walking, but it is digital footsteps in GPS tracking and other things. Surveillance can serve important functions like crime, prevention, and national security. Must be conducted within a framework that respects individuals' privacy rights. Must be conducted there within a framework that respects individual privacy rights, striking a balance, because surveillance, it can take information without your notice. Most of the surveillance is doing that without your notice. So must be conducted within a framework, so as that your privacy can be maintained, that respect individuals' privacy rights. Striking a balance between surveillance and the privacy is a complex. As you can see, is a complex. Is a complex challenge that involve ethical considerations. Involve that legal safeguards and transparency to ensure responsible use of surveillance technologies without unduly infringing an individual autonomy. So even when you are going in the hotel, they are putting CCTV. They are putting CCTV because of this sensitivity of legal framework and respect of individual privacy. They are putting CCTV so as the manager or the owner of the hotel can understand how many guests are coming, taking the hotel, booking the hotel, taking the hotel, they slept in the hotel and other things. But they're not putting in the room. They're not putting those cameras in the room. They are not putting that because of being sensitive to these things, respect individual privacy. If they put that, you can sue them. You can sue them, and you have the right to sue them. So that is the way they are doing. Surveillance is done, but in very sensitive to legal framework and ethical. They are doing ethical consideration, legal safeguards, and transparency to ensure responsible use of those kind of technology. We have also laws, legal framework. We have laws, data protection laws. Countries are having these laws. As I told you from the beginning, privacy and data protection. Privacy is protected by data protection. So data protection is having law. Different countries are having laws to protect data. How data are collected, how data are used, how data are handled. There is different laws in different countries. Data protection laws are legal frameworks that govern the collection, processing, storage, and sharing of personal data to ensure the rights and the privacy of individuals are respected. That is why we have law. We have data protection laws to ensure those kind of things. These laws establish guidelines and requirements for how organizations and entities handle personal information. They are governed. They are directing how organizations and entities handle personal information. That's why we have these laws, and countries, most of the countries are having these laws, data protection laws, to protect personal information. If we do not have these laws, personal information can be shared everywhere, and chaos will be high. Chaos will be everywhere that this kind of information is shared there and there. So there are laws which are protecting data. Now these are data protection laws worldwide. We have these are some of the laws which are data protection laws in different countries and different continents. This is general data protection regulations. This is in Europe. It is the law in Europe and European Economic Area countries. We have another law, California Consumer Privacy Act. This is for California in the United States. We have Personal Data Protection Act. This is in Singapore, Personal Data Protection Act, and many more countries. A lot of different countries are having these laws. These are some of the laws. In Africa, I'm sorry for the visualization of the text. In Africa, Nigeria, they have data protection regulations. This is Nigeria's National Information Technology Development Agency introduced this NDPR in 2019. That law is introduced in 2019 in Nigeria. Is about data protection regulations. South Africa also, they have law, Protection of Personal Information Act, which is established in 2013, and became into full effect in 2021. Since 2013, they introduced that law, but came into effect 2021. And in Kenya also, they have Data Protection Act. It is passed in 2019, established legal framework for the protection of personal data. Is providing legal framework for the protection of personal data. All right, we continue. So these are kind of the African countries' laws. These are some of the laws in African countries. There is many other African countries having these kind of laws. And in Tanzania, we have Personal Data Protection Act. Personal Data Protection Act. It is signed in 2023 June. It was 2022 and was in operation since 2022. Yes, since 2022. Yes, regulations. Since 2022. All right. So this is the Personal Data Protection Act of Tanzania, and yes, yes.
Commission for Personal Data Protection, which is under the ministry, and its office will be at UPSAF, new building there. But currently, they're operating at the ministry there. There's also some staff in that commission. DG is already appointed and working.
Yes, yes, yeah, yes, yeah. The law directed that there should be a commission, and the commission is having a director general. It is already appointed director general of the commission, and other staff are just being recruited for the commission. So that commission is having the mandate to make sure that this law is in effect. This law is in effect. this law of data protection, Protection Act is in effect. And when you are reading this law is providing the guidelines, those kind of is directing how data can be handled by if data is handled by you collect data and you want that data to take into third party, what should you supposed to do? And also the law is talking about the right of the individual to protect his or her data without being used outside of his or her consent. An act to provide for principle of protection for personal data. That is the Data Protection Act. The aim is to establish minimum requirements for the collection and the processing of personal data. This data of this Act of Tanzania, the aim is to establish minimum requirement for the collection and the processing of personal data. Also, is to provide for establishment of data protection, to provide establishment of Personal Data Protection Commission. That commission which we are talking about is one of the aim. Also to provide for improvement of protection of personal data, improvement of protection of personal data, individual data. Also is to provide for improvement of protection of personal data processed by public and private bodies, and also to provide for matters connected therewith, any matter connected to personal data which are collected, to provide how about matters connected to the personal data. Let me end here for today. There are a lot of which are concerning these private and data protection. There are many information to share, but let me end here now.
Thank you, Dr. Charlie. Thank you so much. If we can give her a round of applause. I think, I don't know why, but the participants failed to give a round of applause for the other presenters, but I think we shall make a repeat clap for the previous presenter. Now we are going to a Q&A session, and the QA session essentially is for any question, but also comment or anything you feel that was left out and needs to be elaborated. You can elaborate, you can redefine, so that we enrich the presentation. Now I will go to the online participants. If you have any question, comment, now the floor is yours. Online participants, please, if you are talking, you can unmute your mic, and then after you finish, please also mute, so we avoid the echo in the system. Karibuni. The online participants, if you feel shy of asking, you can also type that in the chat. Paul Mageni, The online participants, can you hear us? Online Zoom participants. You can raise your hand, and the Zoom moderator will see you. I see Patrick Sungura. We have Paul Mageni, all these Mary Kalista Msaki. All these are, online participants. If we have any question for the presenter, please, you can unmute your mic and proceed. Well, as we wait for the participants, I think I would like to welcome anybody in the room who has any question or clarification, addition. Karibuni sana. You have a question? Church. What is the difference? Daniel Kasongi has a question, and he's asking from the Zoom, what is the difference between Witness Protection Act and Data Protection Act? I think, Doctor, you can go ahead.
Okay, I cannot tell much about Witness Protection Act. Maybe if there is someone who is aware about Witness Protection Act can say something, but Data Protection Act is the act which was established to protect personal data, to protect how data is supposed to be handled, how data is supposed to be collected. We see, for example, cellular communication companies are collecting data every day. People are sending messages, they are calling, they are using a call, they are using internet. All those kind of data are collected and they are recorded or they are stored in their servers. How those kind of data are supposed to be handled, that is the example of that kind of data, how they can be handled in that way. Those messages people are communicating every day, those calling, how those things can be handled. So the law is providing a framework on how they can be handled, such kind of data. And if those kind of data could be leaked, what is the steps to follow? So it is a law to protect those kind of data and other data which are concerning community and other things. So that is Data Protection Act. Witness Protection Act, maybe someone can say it is concerning to protect witness.
I think let me intervene, Doctor. That is not within your realm. If Dr. Eliamani was here, would have shed some light on that. I think we can proceed. We can proceed. I don't see any other question from online participants. We can proceed with if anybody has any question. I don't see any hands. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Robert John. I'm from Omukahabo. I actually wanted to respond to the question asked on Zoom about the difference between Witness Act and Data Protection Act. Talking of Witness Act, it's actually a Whistleblowers and Witness Act number 446. University edition 2022 and 22. The difference actually is the Witness Act protect the right of the witness in the court of law. And in most cases, to what extent the information provided should be disclosed. The information provided in the court should be protected by the law. The law protects the information provided by the witness. And then at what extent did this information should be disclosed? This law provides for those guidelines, parted from data protection, of which protect the data which a bona fide posted is provided on the digital space. That's what I can respond. Thank you.
Are you a lawyer? Or just, oh, okay, thank you so much. I think let's give him another round of applause. Because the good thing about these presentations, this is not a lecture room, okay? This is supposed to be as interactive as possible. The presenter is only the role really to shed light on the subject matter. And then either we ask questions, we do some additions, we comment, and thereafter we do more research. So next, we do not continue to be listeners also. And the most important thing about these trainings really, like you can in the timetable, that it is about capacity development, because the internet governance is a global ecosystem. For example, we have the East Africa Internet Governance Forum and the Africa Internet Governance Forum and the Global Internet Governance Forum, which is hosted by the United Nations. So the aim of this training is to do a curtain raiser for you people who are present here, to see what is on the landscape in the East African IGF, the African IGF, and the global IGF. Tomorrow we shall have a presentation from the UN Secretariat on the global IGF, which is going to take place in Japan this year. I think it is in October. So really, the opportunity is for you to grab, because in this ecosystem, we have so many opportunities for you to make presentations, for you to participate in the debates and the dialogue on internet governance, as well as development of the internet now and in the. So really, like I said, the presenters are here to give us snippets, of what internet governance is and its various, parts that make it, remain and from the my learned friend, Wakili Msomi.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Elvis Bisimwa from Route Africa. As you were presenting, you talked about personal privacy. Mine is just like a concern. I would like to know, now in the current world, we have most young people who have access to internet, and most of them, they are on social medias. So we have most of social medias that are free. And something that is free, that means you are the target, you as a user. So I'd like to know, by using the free social medias like, I don't know, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram, how sure are we that our data is really protected? And those companies like the Meta company, how do they proceed to collect our data and get money? Like for their companies, how do they get money?
Thank you very much. I think, Dr. Charlie, you can respond to that.
Okay, thank you. The free internet, free social media, how are we sure that our data are protected? How those software, those applications are making money because they are providing free services? That is the question. All right. How are we sure that our data are protected? Those applications, when you're talking about WhatsApp, when we are talking about other social medias, they are the product of companies. The companies are providing those kind of services to the users. So there is a company which is providing that kind of service. Those companies are registered companies, and they are registered in a certain legal framework, because it depends on where the companies are registered. Most of the services, social medias, the companies' headquarters are in the world headquarters, main headquarters are in most from America or Western countries. So wherever the company is registered in the legal framework. So from that legal framework is where your data is started to be protected because they have a certain way they are supposed to work in a legal framework, so as they cannot leak whatever you put in those kind of application. They cannot leak to another party. They cannot leak those kind of information to another party. But as I told you, when you are registered to use those kind of applications, when you are registering, you need to agree terms and conditions. That is the legal framework which is forcing those companies to provide terms and conditions. So as the companies is telling you that we will collect your data, we will handle your data in this way, in this way, in this way. And we'll ask, the companies are asking you, you want to use our services? Are you agree that we will use your data in this way, this way, and this way? So when you agree, and using that application, then you have accepted that way they will use them. But the way they are using is not supposed to use those data to harm the user. So because of the legal framework they are operating with, the terms and the condition must not be that your data will share everywhere, anyone can see your data. Is not to harm your privacy. That is what they are putting in the terms and conditions. But sometimes users do not want data to be shared, maybe to business companies, to another third party, which can use data for marketing purposes and other things. But they write in the terms and the conditions. That's why they ask you to accept before using the software. That is where your data and information can be started to be protected. Another way, the countries can establish and talk to the companies that if you want to provide services in our countries, this kind of services, for example, WhatsApp. If you want the company which is owning WhatsApp, WhatsApp is with Facebook and Instagram, they are owned by the single companies. So they can talk to the owner that if you want your service, your application to be used in our countries, this is what you are supposed. This is what you're supposed to adhere with by the law, or our regulations are these ones. So if regulations are different to the way services are providing by that software, they can customize. They can customize to suit whatever regulations the country is providing. If they are not able to adhere with the whatever regulation is needed, then they will say that we cannot provide services to your country. Maybe if you can accept, they can negotiate in a way. So that is how data is protected. That is how data is protected. That is how data, right? In a different ways. Other participants can add on that. Other participants can add on that. But to finish, to complete what you have asked about how they are making profit, because they are providing services which is free, for example, some social medias are displaying ads. They are displaying ads. When you are using the software, you can find ads, advertisements somewhere. If you are using Instagram, there are some, when you are browsing the post, you can find ads, company ads. If you are using Instagram somewhere, you will find something which is a post of selling a certain product, and if you want to order or whatever, you will see the button to order or to enter more into more info to get more information about that product. Different to individual, just individual who is posting his or her post. You cannot find that button of entering more to. If you find that button, then you are supposed to know that that company or that business is paying to Instagram to display that advertisement. And Instagram, by using that, what I told you, automated marketing,
automatic marketing, they look at you that one of the potential customer to that kind of service or product. So they display to you. They display to you in the analytics they did. They know that it will be interested to you. That is how they are making money. Instagram, Facebook doing the same. Even YouTube having that kind of ads. When you are looking at the video, ads is pop up and you see the advertisement. In the WhatsApp, no. WhatsApp, they are not making money in the WhatsApp. They're not making money out from the users. Even today, they are looking at how they can make money through WhatsApp. WhatsApp is not, now is it is not generating direct income to the companies. But in a way, it can generate income in indirect, not direct, because no ads is displaying in the WhatsApp. It is just nothing. They were trying to put some ads or to introduce some ads in the WhatsApp status. Some they were trying to do that, but it is not working. Till now, they are not having the direct way to make money. But in the Facebook, in the Instagram, in the Twitter, in the YouTube, they put ads. Yes. And anyone who wanted to add anything on this? Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Talking on surety, that how are we sure that our data, the information are safe? Safety can't be 100% guaranteed by the user himself or herself.
Yes,
the company is actually registered to another registration, having different laws depending where it is registered. And then we are in Tanzania with our laws, with our traditions and hobbies. Then if we want to know how sure are we, can't be 100% sure. Remember, in 2018, we had a scenario. Some politician, I think, was God bless Lema, actually was lamenting somewhere his information leaks from certain mobile company, Vodacom, I think. Then those information, why they leak, why Lema provided bona fide. Then surely it can't be 100 because it belongs to a third party. Your information belonging to a third party can't give you 100% that your information is safe unless you have yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is a very good comment. No 100% sure. Your data, when your data is coming out from you, it is to someone else. There's no sure 100% is protected. And that's why we have these laws, just to reduce that risk of data to be leaked and be shared in a free way. So thank you for a useful comment. Yes, Mazota.
Yes, thank you for this chance again. My name is Samuel Mazota, and on my side, I had a challenge concerning the thing data privacy and data privacy and data protection. Sorry, I was trying to challenge about that we call assurance or safety and so forth, especially when it comes to these third parties. I'm talking about communication companies and other service providers. As my fellow lawyer said, but also referring to a case against the Chadema National Chairperson, Honorable Freeman Mbowe. Among of the witness presented in the court of law from State Council was his personal information, including his transaction made through service providers, if I'm not mistaken, was Tigo and Airtel. So we have Data Protection Act, we have data privacy, we have user agreement policies. Are these things being respected? Before we try to look upon safety after data release or data collection or data, I don't know what to say, but are we able to respect even these laws which are present? Another thing to the commission which has been made from the ministry, this thing must put, we should create more advocacy. People should be informed and know that this thing, of course, if I would be attending this conference, I wouldn't know about this commission. So I think we have to put more effort on advocating these efforts of the government. People should know, and especially these specialists should be aware of these things when it happens. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Yes, that's why when you are walking around, moving to, when people are meeting at these workshops, and you'll find a number of information which maybe you didn't know, you was not aware. It is very important to attend this kind of workshops, conferences, for the discussions. We have a lot of knowledge which are current, which are latest. It will help you. Thank you, Mazota, for the comment. Yeah, if the question is when about surveillance, the privacy, when there is a chaos, maybe something is happening somewhere, and it happens someone take a video and share that video, and someone need to be in privacy. That is not willing for that thing to be shared, so as other people will know that he was around there, or whatever. In any reason, you don't want to be that to be known that he was there. That is about infringing the privacy of someone. That is the question. That is the question. Someone took video and shared it, and that video is showing people. It is on the news, yes, on the news. Okay, it is happening, and paparazzi is taking video and it in the public, in the news. So you say that is the infringement of the privacy, personal privacy. That is the question. That is the issue. Would you want to respond on this? Yes. Before you can respond, for the best of my knowledge, I know that the media are working under the legal framework of the media. Is concerning media, and whatever they are taking, they are doing. They are protected by the media, by that law which is operating under. So, whatever they are doing, they are showing in the media based on the law, not anything they are supposed to show. For example, a diseased person, they can hide something, or the accident is happening and blood is everywhere. People are, there's a way they can take that video, and there's a way they can display that video. Law is governing them. So whatever they displaying, they are displaying based on the law. And let me take the mic to colleague so as he can say something on this.
Before he takes the mic, I think there was a question on the issue of how about all these big tech companies, like, for example, Meta, Google, they give all these free services. For example, how many people have Gmail addresses here, Gmail accounts? I think almost everyone, okay? And how many people have, Facebook pages? I think almost 95%. So the thing is that there is a saying that there is no free lunch, okay? There is no free lunch. If you eat and the lunch is free, either you have paid it or you will pay for it, okay? So that is why, for example, regarding the big tech companies, all the time you hear the European Union or the Federal Commission in the United States has fined Meta, previously known as Facebook, millions of dollars because of the data privacy and data breach issues, okay? But in Africa and in Tanzania in particular, we are not there yet. We don't know where our data from Google is stored, essentially, and therefore the continents like Europe, they came up with General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR. And essentially what that does is they have created a watchdog to make sure that in the event when Meta or Google or any other of these big boys actually sell sell data to another third party, they get wanasema wanakamatwa kwa hilo. lakini kwetu sisi hatujui. Kwa hiyo actually one of the measures of making sure that the data from individuals or companies or user from your constituency, and that I mean Tanzania, the first thing you do, the first line of defense, you have Data Protection Act, of which now you can be able to sit down with Meta and say, this is what you're supposed to. In the event when we find that you have breached, Data Protection Act in our constituency, these are going to be the repercussions. So I think that is where you start. There was another question from somebody, Mazota. I think it was regarding the, let me remember. It was about when all these other companies like internet service providers, when they take data, I think there was a question about, can you repeat that? I think I might have. Yes. Yes, it was about what happens, who was responsible to make sure that, that data from Freeman Bowie go to the court. Okay. I think there is also a question of due process. Okay. If I want your data, and for example, if I am suing you for, violating my privacy, what I will have to do is go to a judge or magistrate and ask for what we call hati ya mahakama, okay? So that I can obtain that particular data either from you or from the third party, meaning people like Vodacom, Airtel, where actually your SIM card is attached. So actually that is part of the law. That is part of the game. Privacy is only private until when you have something like a case in the court of law. They will actually go to a judge and court and obtain a court order. Exactly. That was the right word. The court order to seek that information. If they take your information without the court order, that is invalid. And actually, that can invalidate your case or their case, in other words. So I think data privacy or data protection does not necessarily mean, or does not mean that your data will remain private to the end of the world. No, it is only private against those who are seeking your data above and beyond the law. So I think that is what I wanted to point on before we proceed with my friend. I think I can give you the microphone.
Thank you, Doctor. I just want to respond on the issue of Personal Data Protection Commission. The moment it was created, it was the financial year 2022-2023, and there was no budget for running the office by that time. But it came to operation during July this year in the new budget of 2023-2024. And by that time, there was no staff and Director General for the commission. But current staff have been appointed, and even the DG have been appointed. So its publicity will be done through different media soon after they have shifted to their office. But it is also under, it is taking an initiative just to create or to develop its website where most of information concerning to it will be found there. And even to the website of Ministry of Information, Communication and Information Technology, will publicize its information concerning to that PDPC. So much effort to make it public to all the country will be done later.
Okay, thank you for the comment. I think you have got what he has concerning that. So, thank you. And Mazota, I didn't get your question at the first place when Mr. Naza is taking that. I understand. I didn't get that you had a question during your comment. Yes, I took that comment at the end. I didn't had the question. Okay. Anything before we wind up this session? Okay, Mazota.
Okay, for the last thing, it's just ushauri in terms of this assurance and specifically to Ministry of ICT and anyone who is concerned. The ICT industry in Tanzania is now growing at a very high speed. So I think to go parallel with this data protection, data privacy, we need to ensure we have localization of our infrastructures. Yes, we can see government institutions like e-government authorities through its research center, they are doing a great job of having something like e-mrejesho, e-receipt, e-mikutano, so that we can localize even our Zoom meetings. Maybe the government officials are discussing very critical issues, maybe on Zoom. It's not okay and it's not safe. So we have to localize our ICT infrastructures to make sure that we, at least we say, even if we are not sure where data is going, but at least they are within our servers. So I think Ministry of ICT should advocate that and should increase efforts to make sure we localize our infrastructures. For instance, I once found a meme showing kama bango of a certain government institution, and the official email, the office email was at gmail.com. That's very dangerous. So the official communication is passing through servers in USA and so. So when we localize our things, we can deal with each one and another inside our boundary. Thank you.
Thank you for the very good comment to localization of the services, IT services in the country. Keep data local. And the country like the developed countries like Russia, Chinese getting out of using applications from the West, and they succeed a lot on that way. They have their social medias and other applications which they are using. And we are trying as the country
And I hope that the ministry is also looking and working hard on that. IGA is also having e-mikutano. E-mikutano is for the online meeting, like this is what we are doing. Also, okay. E-mikutano, I think there are questions in there. E-mikutano is like Zoom, doing mikutano online. That is to realize that. And also there is government email, email.geo at nini. It is government email system, and all public servants are having that are having email, which is from that email system, and it is managed by IGA. It is managed by IGA. Therefore,
but before you proceed, Doctor, I have one challenge. I know also IGA is based in Dodoma, specifically here at the University of Dodoma. The issue is we are here, we are using Zoom. Why is it not we are not using e-mikutano? Is it is this system only meant for the government officials, or is it for the ICT practitioners? Because if I were to, for example, use e-mikutano, these Zoom meetings, for example, the platform, we are using the UN-based, Zoom platform, but elsewhere you actually have to pay. So what was the harm if they can make this e-mikutano available for the public use, even if they charge like $10 a year or something, they will make money. So where are we failing? That would be my question. Also, we really have to be very careful when it comes to make everything local. It is okay to use all these applications, but there is also an issue of digital sovereignty, that you cut yourself off from things like, Facebook, Twitter, all these other, universal platforms, and now started redirecting your wananchi to use only the local version of Twitter, for example. I think that will not save us, because you will cut yourself, utajijenga kama kisiwa from the rest of the world. I think we need applications that are local. That is very important. But we cannot exercise the issue of, for example, saying the Pan-Africanism is only, we are going to accept only our wananchi to use this local platform only, just like they do in China. I think that will not save us well, because that is also against the human rights online. It is against the, all these other things. So I just wanted to caution that as members and the Tanzania Internet Governance Forum community, our direction should be, yes, we need all these applications to be local, but we cannot cut ourselves from the rest of the world in terms of the internet itself. Because there are people who are thinking now about having their own internet, which is, I find it very dangerous. Kwa sababu kama unataka kupata internet ya kwako peke yako, sasa ina maana there are certain information in Canada you can't be able to access them. For example, kama unataka kupata taarifa ya vyuo vya Canada, kama wewe umesema kwamba mimi bwana internet yangu inaitwa Tanzania, basi hapo si tumeweka. Kuna data nyingine huwezi ukazipata, information huwezi ukazipata kwa sababu umejengea ukuta wako wewe mwenyewe na dunia yako. Kwa hiyo I just wanted to caution that as we proceed, all these applications are supposed to be local. You see, applications hizi kama mambo ya e-meeting nini zote hizi, we make them local, so we create employment for young people. Kila mwaka hapa University of Dodoma mna graduate a lot of graduates kwenye haya mambo, lakini hao jamaa wako huko nje tu wanahangaika. Sasa tunatengeneza mahackers au tunatengeneza watu wanamaliza. Kwa hiyo nadhani if people like EGA really decide to invest on these things, waka commercialize, kwa sababu hata internet yenyewe ilikuwa sehemu ya internet nani, Ministry of Defense ya Marekani. Kwa hiyo wakaitoa kule kwa sababu waliona mbali kwamba this thing can make a lot of money, and yes, they have made a lot of money of that. So kwa hiyo sisi na sisi tutumie advantage hiyo kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wetu wanao wao kwenye ICT sector they make money. Nilikuwa nataka ni comment kuhusu kabla hajapotea. Naomba uendelee Dr. Stamani, nimekuingilia.
Nashukuru sana. Na Mazota ni mmoja kati ya hao graduates na wengine wako hapa. Kwa hiyo ni mabalozi. What are they going to do? They are coming out of the university, the ICT expertise, what they are going to do. And it is a challenge to what they are supposed to do in the localization cake. What is their contribution of that? So he was talking about imikutano. Imikutano, the moderator should have government email, should use government email. Moderator who is creating that conference or that meeting, and can invite any other person with from any other email. So it is just the one who is supposed to create should have a government email so as to moderate, and also I think can invite someone who is not having government email. So it is an application because it is not popular, and because it is not also focusing for business, so they are not advertising it, they are not making it aware everywhere to the users. So that's why most of the people don't know about it, but it is there. I used some days, I used it, and it is working well, and it has it has some advantages, especially for time limit. It has a very long time limit, can provide long time limit, and which you can conduct a meeting freely for even the whole day. You just put the time slots which you can utilize. So it is different to Zoom, which Zoom is giving you about 40 minutes, and then if you want more, you can restart the meeting, or you can purchase, you can subscribe to have a duration, a long time for the meeting. But imikutano is not having that limit. So it is in that way, it is that feature is good compared to the Zoom. And imikutano is just operating as we can operate here. So maybe I can suggest for the coming future events, internet governance forum like this, or internet society, when they are conducting their activities online, whatever online these conferences, they can try
even organization data for Digital Africa, Organization for Digital Africa. She's coming from Organization for Digital Africa. They are doing initiatives to train people. They are doing awareness of using internet for profit everywhere. So you can also looking at how you can utilize imikutano, how to you can utilize imikutano to realize that localization which we are talking about. So localization, the government is trying, and I hope that is moving slowly. As you can, are you aware for TCRI, they are trying every day to put some regulations, some measures to govern the positive use of the internet, of the network, of the ICT services, so as we can use positively and not negatively. We can use for profit the network, the ICT services, internet, and other things. So TCRI are trying to put some measures, and so government is looking at how to put more efforts on that. So do you have anything to say? Anyone, any comment? Yes, you want to say something?
Thank you. Just for the localization issue, we have also National Data Center, which is present in Dar es Salaam, Kitonyama. Also, we have data center for TTCL. Also, IGAP data center. So if you have any system of development, you can host it there, but you have to pay for hosting them. So don't worry about localization. Government is working on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Government is working on it.
Also, Zanzibar, we are now starting to develop a new data center in Zanzibar.
Okay. Also Zanzibar is okay. This is the last speaker, and then after that we'll break for lunch.
Yeah. The way I see, of course, a number of things are going on, but the only challenge we have, and the only challenge that I find is facing not only Tanzania, almost all developing countries. We have a challenge that of teaching people living to the world that has never existed, even maybe God is not planning for it. Why? We can teach people a lot, we teach theory. We don't focus on what exactly this person is going to do. And that is a serious challenge. I don't know how we are going to do it. I have traveled a number of times, and I have tried the way I teach my blind people and the deaf in a very practical way. I teach you ICT, and I want that ICT to use it for job. Then I teach you also how to go to attend for an interview, how to appear to the interview, how you are going to express yourself, how you are going to make relations, how you are going. Example, now I'm trying to see how can I teach these blind people how to establish their own entities. For example, I can during tea time, maybe I can show you some of the clips these blind are creating in order to get money. Not teaching for the sake of teaching. Teach at the same time, show how can you get money out of what someone is learning. And this is why you can find cybersecurity is so needed almost everywhere. But our graduate, after graduating, You find they are moving around with the certificate. You know, I did what is cyber crime, what is what is what. Why we did not teach them how to market their own skills, how they can establish even a company, maybe even for all of us. Ask anybody here if we had a paper and then put a Mentimeter there, ask somebody from class 1 till today, at what time did somebody teach you how to establish a company? And not. How did somebody teach you how to write a winning grant proposal? Not. This is the area that I was in Zanzibar yesterday. I also told my fellow lecturers that please, of course, our curriculum, they are there changing. People who always manage us about curriculum also, they know define. If you don't put define, describe, they not understand. But we have to go outside the box. I'm teaching people cybersecurity. How will these people get money out of this cybersecurity? Teach them those things which are outside the box so that actually our country will grow. But if we continue this way, this is the time. After finishing, people go with their certificate. You know what? I got A, cybersecurity. Then what? Am I looking for your A about cybersecurity? Or you tell me what are you going to do with your cybersecurity in my company? What will you do? What will I benefit from you? Those are the things that we really need to go very far. With this, for example, as an example of what I'm teaching, this time, last year, one blind person who became blind at the age of 30 applied a job to TRI. And this year has got a job. A blind person got a job as an accountant in the Ministry of Health. Why that happens? It is because of the way we mentor them. We teach them, okay, type, okay, do what, okay, but then how are you going to get money out of what you are learning? I think this area, excuse me, maybe I'm out of the box, but I really see if we are to change this country, if we are to move forward, I think we need some time. Our curriculum, I was telling somebody, say, if I'm given a chance one day, I will say, please, this curriculum, can we stop sometime and then put this first? Because these are the things that we make. Even the way we employ people, you can find you must have a certificate from 4, from 6, what. But at the time when your car breaks, you find, where do you go to get people to fix your car? Do you ask a certificate? We have also to make you also graduate with some skills.
Yes,
that
yes,
makes,
yes.
survive. Thank you so much.
I think, thank you, good doctor. I think we're going to break for lunch because I'm afraid if you don't break for lunch now, when the time for tea comes, we will not have a belly to feed, okay? So we are going to break for lunch, and when we come back, we'll go straight to digital divides and inclusion. So we will hear about the wonderful work that is also being done by the doctor here in terms of inclusivity. I mean inclusivity, meaning that everyone should be included and enjoy the ICT technologies and the internet just like anybody else, okay? No barriers. So I think I welcome you to now go and have a lunch. And we will be back here in 20 minutes. So Alembe Joseph, you will, I don't know, if, can you bring that thing over there? We would like you, all of you to follow us on the Twitter. Is it Twitter or Twitter? Ni X. Now it is X. So we would like for you guys to follow us. And if you are not a member of the Internet Society, how many of you are members of the Internet Society? Can you raise your hand, please? Members of the Internet Society? Okay. Yeah, I think you find members. And those who are not members of the Internet Society, please raise your hands. Faithfully. Okay. We would like you guys to join. So you join the global ecosystem to learn and learn and learn. Okay? And also muweze kuambukiza na wengine huko mtaani waweze jifunza. Kwa hiyo tutakaporudi nitawapa namna ya kujiunga na Internet Society. After that then we proceed with the presentation. Okay? Karibuni sana. Alafu
then almost 10 girls with visual impairment participated. I'm focused on visual impairment, but there were also the deaf and those with the physical challenge. And here is a small video that indicates that disability many of the times has not been included, but they can do well. You can go with me in this video. Those who are doing the coding there are doing applied to try to create a smart city. Yes, I think that's the end. These are pitching. These are blind girls doing their coding. And I can assure you, this was the first coding camp that included girls with disabilities. And now we can see, you see, of course, this video is found in the YouTube, is there. You can find it. Now let me go to our usual business. Okay. Now, I'm trying to talk about the digital divide and the digital inclusion. And the focus, this actually comes directly from inclusive education. And this is a challenge, of course, in developing world, where when we are talking about inclusive education, it stops at the school level. Why? You can see, take a blind student who is in the school, is using braille machine, isn't it? Now come to the community. After completing the school, the braille machine, yesterday I was with the lecturers from SUSA, they told me a braille machine now is costing 3 million, at least if you want to get it. Now, after this blind student finishing the schooling process and goes to the community, one of the aspects is that he or she will stop reading and writing. Braille machine, 3 million. Mobile phone, you can take it even at 60,000, isn't it? Some even at 40,000. But those are things that are not taught anywhere in the education system. Now, that's why I decided to into this area. Those are two pictures. I normally use them every time during presentation. The top one is a class for the blind. They are in a class where the teacher is also blind. The second one is for the deaf, and where also the teacher is deaf. This initiative came up when I was doing my PhD in Finland, where I visited one of the schools, and in that school, and it is one and only one time ever in my life where I found a teacher who is blind was teaching a student who is blind ICT. Of course, they are using sophisticated equipment. Then for me, when I came back, my thinking was, is it that the blind people in Tanzania, they are poor in such a way that they cannot teach each other? Then I started writing proposal, pitching. I went to Europe. I saw this, talking to everybody. Later on, I got a project which started way back 2008 and came into practice 2011. You can see, because it included the ministries and Hoti. Tomorrow they will say, now we have a meeting with the minister. Then I told them, please, you just continue. But what I want me is the end product. In 2011, we started this ICT class for the blind. Of course, they cheated me. They said we are going to take a teacher from Kenya. But that teacher was with the albinism, not a totally blind as I expected. But then I said, yes, it is true that I have someone start. 15 students who are totally blind now, Tanzania. I said, for Tanzania, I want totally blind. If you are not blind, I will stop you in the door there. You will be out. I want only those who are totally blind. Out of 15, then I asked the university to take 2 of them to continue teaching the fellow blind. This is the sustainability plan. Then the class goes to date. The same class for the deaf also came from Kenya. In Kenya, they had a class for the deaf. In that class, the idea was that there are 3 people in the class. People 1, expert in ICT, who knows Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and the other things. People 2, sign language interpreter, who translates for the deaf. People 3, the deaf students. And they said for the deaf to learn ICT, it takes 6 months. Just to know how to type, it takes 6 months. Then I said, no. In my side, I want a deaf and a fellow deaf to teach each other. The sign language interpreter will be there for me who don't know the sign language, and therefore will be interpreting for me, not for the student. Of course, it was like a tug of war, but later on it worked, and today deaf have a class where a deaf, and one of them went to University of Dar es Salaam, did the CCNA, and they did it very well. Kofi moja. Furaha na yenyewe ipo, si ndio jamani? Hata usipopata furaha utapata shida. This is what we went. Is it me? No, you. Please. Now, this class is going on. Now, today, after completing the deaf, because we are learning PC maintenance directly, the CIS courses. For them, after completing a course for 1 month, what I did was writing for them a letter. XX is deaf. And the Open University is implementing a program where deaf has to be included in the society and in the job market. XX has learned the following skills: knows how to repair a PC, can troubleshoot, can do what? I write those skills that this deaf has learned. Then I give to whom it may concern. He sends that letter to a company. I don't go myself. I ask them to go because it is not me who will be finding the job. But I teach them how to respond to questions. If they are asked an interview, how to do what, they will find their own interpreter, go there to help them. I don't know what happened. Just the first class for students with who are deaf got employed. One of them at TTCL. And then to me, it was like, okay, now to date, employment for the deaf. Why that happened? Because I did a consultancy in 2013, trying to see employability of people with disabilities in Dar es Salaam. What I found was that if a person is deaf, if he's a boy, the only employment that can get is cutting the flowers outside and maybe opening the gate. That's all. If he's a red, basi kazi yake itakuwa ni kutandika vitanda kwenye hoteli. That's the end. Not more. This landscape has changed. With those change, you see here Zero Project Shortlist 2024. Kofi lingine moja. Yeah, in 2023, this project that I'm presenting to you on how to make inclusion in the digital, me, I'm focusing on the digital more because I see where we are going. The fourth industrial revolution is about digital. Therefore, if we don't talk it now, totally important points. Point number one, a blind person who became blind at the age of 50 and is the first teacher for the fellow blind in Tanzania and got a Commonwealth of Learning Award in 2016. And this person was a chemical engineer, graduate of the first chemical engineers in Tanzania. There were no computers. He never learned a computer, but in this class, the first class, when he attended, he learned a computer and then knew how to type, knew how to communicate, knew how to do internet. Then he did his studies, postgraduate diploma in social work, and he passed it very well. He did the course, online course research in us. I think you see this in us course offered internationally. He did that course and passed it very well. And therefore, he was awarded a Commonwealth of Learning Award, a person with all those challenges, but is navigating into this side. In 2016, we went together Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to get the award. One coffee. The second person, only one, because there are some more coming up. And if I finish the coffee to one person, then the coffees will not be enough. Then there's a drink. Okay, one cup. One cup, no problem. Then the second aspect that I want to talk about with the change, how this technology is changing, it was in 2019, I was part of the member in the GATE initiative in WHO meeting where we were making decisions for the world. In that particular meeting, there were people who were focusing on eye health. And they had a meeting in Tanzania. They said, we are going to invite you to our meeting Actually, your initiatives are very important. We would like to hear that. Said, okay. Then they came. When they came, they presented how they are doing about the eye. Wonderful enough. It was lucky to me. Why it was lucky? Because in that conference, one of the participants had his daughter lost sight last month and was employed by the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. Then there came my presentation. Then they said, now we invited you, but the time is not enough. I told them, for me, even 1 minute is enough for presentation. Can you come and present? Yes. Okay, me, I am Dr. Nyanyi. I have heard all the presentation about eye health. Now for me, I come up when you, Mr. and Mrs. Eye Health, you say this eye will no longer work. Then I come up to give new hope, new strategy of life, new ways of living, and a new happiness style. Thank you. The whole crowd was like, oh. Then you can imagine, during coffee, I find someone is always with me. Can I have your business card? Yes, here is the business card. During lunch, now, you know what? He's breaking the ice. You know, sometimes when a disability is seen as shy in developing world, they say, you know what? Let me tell you. My daughter also, that is simple. Bring him to the class tomorrow. Kwa wale mlioko Dar es Salaam, dada huyu alikuwa Tanga, yuko pale Ubungo. Saizi amenenepa kuliko walivyokuja mwanzo, amejifunza kompyuta, karudi zake kazini, na kaja ananiambia amejihamisha mwenyewe TAMISEMI, karudi, yuko Ubungo, anaendelea na kazi. Kofi lingine. The third one is also interesting. Someone lost sight at the age of 30. You can imagine a very energetic person, the sight, no sight. Then people told him, you don't worry, go to the Open University. There is something there. He came to the class. He learned ICT skills. After learning ICT skills, he said, now, I was previously accountant. Now there is a way I will be a teacher. Then he joined postgrad diploma in teacher education. He did only for 6 months. And he got the A, there is B+, there is no line. And he did the course for only 6 months and completed everything and he graduated. And then he said, now I want also master. He did that master, 6 months, he completed all the coursework. Now he's doing the dissertation. And then he told me, you know, Doctor, yes, I've decided learning accounting packaging. Yes, learn. Then he said, you know, I want to go for interview. Then I told him how to appear to the interview. Don't worry, go. And I'm sure you will win. He said, you know, TRA announced the job. I want to apply. Apply. Let me check your letter you are writing. Yes. Now it is okay. Apply and go. He applied for the job. He appeared during the interview. The first question, na wewe tumekuita. He said, yes, mimi jina langu Ezekiel Mkobi imenita. Angalieni kwenye orodha yenu. Did an interview using a computer. Said, okay, now give him. Then he came back. Said, you know, Dr. Lempiga hesabu. Wengine wote wanafanya mtihani kwa kuandika. Sasa mimi nilikuwa najibu kwa computer afu ananiambia peji moja. Wewe, si nimekomeshea? Ambia utakuwa umekomeshea kweli, umeua kabisa, sio ukomeshea. And this year got employment. Is a blind accountant. Where is the employment? Very interesting. Ministry of Health in Dodoma. Another coffee. Now you can see this zero short list. Really, to me, I deserve it. Or not? Yeah, I think I deserve it. Now, why I talk about digital inclusion? We find people like Bill. Look at all those apps that we are using. Those who made it are people with autism. Hey, one daktari, kwani mo? If you want, you have your data there. For me, I normally present practical. You can just Google successful people who, even Bill Gates, who is helping us everything, is autistic. Now, find anywhere a certificate, a degree for Bill Gates, if we ever attended a school and has any certificate. And sometimes Bill Gates is called a successful school dropout. Elon Musk, who sends that to SpaceX, autistic. Even the Darwin who told us we are monkeys is autistic. Newton, autistic. Now, what I'm bringing up is that in order for us to survive, we need a very special thing. What is that special thing? The adapted curriculum. Let people learn according to what they can learn, not forcing. How many people in the National Examination Council you find they have an A in Kiswahili and all F? Why don't we develop these people into the Kiswahili? You find someone A mathematics, all F. What does that mean? You don't need assessment. These are autistic people. They can do other things. I go on. Now, of course, digital inclusion is for who? I think you will answer it. It's for everybody, isn't it? Everybody. Can gender inclusion, diversity be part of the digital divide? Automatically, yes. After all, in our school still to date, I think we don't allow a mobile phone in the school. Though we are saying that we are going into the digital world, we are going into the digital. I was in Finland. Everything is allowed. I am the one person who attended an exam where I asked the professor, now but the exam was sent using the internet, and the internet is on. Now, do we close the internet? The professor told me, no. This currently information is available. We are teaching you how to organize the information. Now you can use everything. I asked, including the internet. They said yes. Can you imagine how much I passed? It was 100. Now here we find all these are blind. There's a picture I'm showing. The first one is the Honor Atingo. And this blind person, after learning ICT, the class at the Open University of Tanzania, he went to the community, he started mobile phone repair. And today is repairing PC. You can see there is repairing PC, totally blind. And if you go to my LinkedIn, you can write, if you can contact me, you can find this picture. I'm trying to ask you, and I made that video to explain, to know that the person who is repairing computer is blind. For example, he told me, this computer processor is not working. Then my question was, how did you know that the processor is not working? Told me, you know, I put on the computer and then I ask a sighted person to tell me what is happening in the screen. I think that is evidence this person is blind, isn't it? Now, some of the things are going on. We are saying we need the ICT skills training for persons with disability. Why? For sure, it's changing life. From beggar to somebody very special. There was a person employed at CCBRT. Her work was teaching children sign language. After learning ICT, today is working in the data center. That's changed the job, isn't it? Full change. Now, today we're talking about internet. For me, I just say, who is not online? Why? We can find characteristics of people who are not online. Some of them due to level of education, age, gender, geographical location, language, school age, children, persons with disabilities. If you go there, you find women and girls, older people. This is from ITU now. Indigenous communities, children and youth, urban and rural poor, people with disability. How are they divided? Some of the division do not even fall those types, just by location, connectivity divide. Those who are in urban and those who are rural. You have everything, you have the money, you have everything, you can buy any item you can need. Connectivity, there's no connectivity. Digital divide. Infrastructural divide. Socioeconomic divide. Demographic divide. Cultural divide. For example, if not telling you, if not giving you evidence, today someone tells a blind person can repair a PC. It's difficult to agree, isn't it? Very. A blind can teach a blind. And yesterday, while in Zanzibar, I received a phone call from the same person, told me technician came here, was configuring wireless, but he failed. I managed and now wireless is working. The blind managed to do it. I just told him, when I come to that place, I will give you a soda. You did very nice. Coffee ringine. Also, the literacy divide, awareness and education. And also the type of education. Of course, I talked earlier. What are we giving these people? You can see these blind people, we teach them ICT only 15 days. After those 15 days, he never had a class, any knowledge, there's no class of ICT. After those 15 days, this person can do everything, including sending email and doing everything in the computer, even searching job, going YouTube, doing everything, social networking. Now, reason. Sometimes affordability, interest, skills, availability, devices, and some others. Now you can see so many concepts are there. But if all these concepts, they can just be summarized. There is issue of inclusion, digitalization, cyber ethics in education, digital divide, digital literacy, digital culture, digital queer gap, digital age gap, digital gender gap, digital world making, digital transformation, digital storytelling. So many, but all of those comes here. After some time, I will, please don't go without showing you a very important thing that a blind person who became blind in class 2 and did not continue school class 6 and now is making apps, some stories and sharing. Can join, for example, I'm talking, can interview people and then prepare that. And then I told him, he told me, you know, I started work, I wanted to learn dressmaking and now I have decided to go into IT. Now we see this digital divide according from ITU. These are the data. They say and half the world population do not use the internet. The kilabu. Tuko pamoja? I do. Connectivity in developing countries is especially serious. 17% of the population lives with no mobile cover. 19% only covered by a 2G network. Kudownload lazima utafute kwanza sukari na chai na vikombe. Yeah. This one I have already talked. Of course, this was an important thing. And of course, I'm trying to see why. And here, this picture, if you go to this link, you can see 6 connected girls. You can know exactly here they were blind girls. Because 6 of them received a tablet as their award. Kwa hiyo jamaa kuonyesha anafanya. Sasa anafunika macho. Sasa unajua huyu haoni au vipi? Au mpaka hadi utangaziwe kweli? And of course, I'm saying employment of a person with visual impairment who became blind at the age of 30 as an accountant Minister of Health indicates the need for ongoing support for diversity group in the industrial revolution participation. And they can do the job. Some of the strategies that we use, of course, they have already talked. But you can see, these are the top one is a class for the blind. And the Clement in the hand is the teacher teaching in that particular class. And the Latingoi is this one, the student in that particular class. And here a girl was participating in the coding camp. And here is a class for the deaf, where a teacher is also deaf. Coffee moja jamani. Evidence based. Maana ingekuwa uongo mimi picha ningetoa. Evidence. And why do I say this is innovation? I'm defending it is an innovation for one reason. And it is inclusion for another second reason. That the tools and equipment being used are those that are used by everybody and they are available in the community. Kwa hiyo kama yeye hana simu atatumia simu ya baba, simu ya mjomba, simu ya kaka, wanaenda. Of course, I've talked about exclusion. Why that persists, especially for persons with disabilities. Because there is no self-advocacy. And sometimes they don't even get a space to do advocacy. And we see the 4th industrial revolution is for everybody. They will need to live in a home. There is another serious advantage, I can tell you. One person called Faraja Jerry, and now is working at the Open University of Tanzania, employed by the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. This lady became blind after graduating her degree in social work. Came there, studied here ICT, and I made her do the practical work. Joined the Kinondoni ward there as a social worker, a blind social worker, and got employed Masasi, got transferred to Dodoma, and now transferred to Open University of Tanzania. She's doing very well. One day I asked her, why are you so smart? She simply told me, I can do everything after learning ICT. There is an app, even if when I walk, there is an app, I just call that app. Am I safe here? No. Now I said, how do you match your gown? I match using the app. Doctor, let me show you how I do that. Then she called. What am I wearing now? The shirt, okay, is black, looking like this, okay. The shoes, and then, okay, are they matching? Yes. This is the way Dr. do. That means a blind person, a person with disability, after having knowledge of ICT, can do anything. Some studies are showing industrial revolution and person with disability peeping into the future through the lens of the present. What is the present? Present, we agree that people with disabilities do not have chance into learning ICT. And sometimes we always look for sophisticated equipment. For a blind person, a degree, you have a braille reader. What happens when it is not working? Kikiharibika kile kifaa, hata hiyo braille yenyewe ikiharibika, mafundi wake wako wapi? Kwa hiyo we are making people with disabilities more handicapped than they were supposed to be. But if we use technological equipment that are available in the community, we are making them independent. Self-advocacy. I always like the last sentence. In schools, the common complaint about underachievers is they won't do their work. But the reality is that they won't do the teacher's work, but they would be very happy to work on what is meaningful for them. Nipigie kofi. Kile ambacho ni meaningful for them, watafanya. Na ndio maana Bill Gates shule ilimshinda, akimbia. Hauna hii ya kwenu endelee. Ninarudi huku. Leo hata sisi wenyewe hapa, tuulizane. Maana mimi mwenyewe gari langu lililetea shida, si ndio? Kwa hiyo imeenda dogo ambaye hata shule alikimbia. Ndio kenda kunyosha gari kapaka rangi. Basi mtafuta na cheti, sikumuuliza cheti. Au wenzangu mnawatafutaga, una cheti gani hapa afu tengenezee basikeli yangu? Sasa that is the problem with the developing world. The developing world, we take certificate, upper hand. Even becoming a professor, how many papers have you written? I remember there was a time we were told, if you write a paper and the paper goes to very international reputable journal, you will be awarded 50 million. I was thinking I was the one person to get the 50 million. Even more, isn't it? Changing life of people. I was thinking that I was supposed to go to the parliament there and say, now here we are presenting Cosmas Nyanyi. We the minister, we are awarding him some zawadi because he did want to free. He's a scholar and he did want to free. And then if I want to be a professor, I have to write. And then if someone says, I think this, no. Yes, this, no. Not changing people's life. We need also, when we are teaching, be it disabled, be it non-disabled, we have to focus into self-advocacy. Talk. Hivi kwa mfano, nisingekuwa naongea, ningeingia zero project. Sema tu akwe, nipigie kwa simu. Naongea. Naongea. Nafanya, afu naongea. Naambia yes, here. Mzungu sasa hii lazima. Sasa wanafunzi wetu hawatufundishwi kuongea. Mimi najua cyber security kwenye cheti na AI izungumzie hiyo sasa. Tuambie inatusaidiaje kwenye sakosi yetu hapa. Unaanza ma theory. You know the theory of nani sijui cyber security says. Nani unaanza kufufua makaburi hapa? Si utuambie tuna problem hii hapa. Hiyo cyber security inatusaidia nini? Tell us. Usinipige lakini. Of course, I think that if we want people with disability to learn faster, we need assistive technology. And the assistive technology should focus into those things. 5P, provision, personnel, people. The 5P, very important. I'm happy I'm working with Sintef from Norway. In Sintef, they have a very special department. The department called technology and I remember I was talking even in our course for those I remember as I'm talking, some of you have info. I was thinking also our course in the universities, we should have such a department, technology and society. You have devised this technology. How is this technology helping people to improve life? For example, 2017 to 2019, that made me to go to WHO. We were trying to create two important things. The whole world, we are talking, no one should be left behind. But how do you determine that this is the one? In Kuala Lumpur, we had another thing. No one should be invisible. No one should be invisible. Just last week, I was in Arusha presenting in another inclusive education conference where I'm working in another serious project of determining people with the hearing challenges using a smartphone. When that Mzungu came to me saying we want to collaborate, came with the iPhone, saying in Norway, we have devised that we test the adult people. Now we want to prepare for the children. I told you, okay. If it is iPhone, even myself, I stop here. I don't have that. I have Android system. Now, if that will operate there, it will not fit the developing world. It will never ever fit the developing world. Now, how should we do it? I agree with advice. I said we have first to go into using the Android system, one, and we have to ensure that children participate fully in developing the two. Come up. Mimi sijawahi kwa nisiona. Si ndio? Kwa siwezi nikajifanya mimi najua changamoto ya siona, ila changamoto ya siona naijua siona mwenzake. Uongo huo. Kwa hiyo sasa nikimchukua asiyeona amfundishe asiyeona mwenzake, wale wanaelewana. Mimi kazi yangu huku ni kuwaunganisha na kucheki. Matokeo yake nimekuwa ndio mtaalamu wa mwanzo kuandika kitabu cha kumfundisha asiyeona kompyuta. Kofi lingine. Na lingine. I think this is not presentation, it's just talking, but as a matter of making sure how we go. Tuko pamoja? Na mimi najipichi. Kwa na nyinyi huko mkapichi, mtusaidie. Maana kila siku mwingine juzi nikiwa Arusha, wasomi fulani wakakaa, wakasema unajua daktari, yani research nyingi bwana sisi tunazifanya, halafu bwana zinakaaga tu kwenye makabati. Nikawauliza swali, don't follow me out because wewe mwenyewe hiyo research yako umeitumia kivipi? Swali. Maana wewe mwenyewe hujawahi kuitumia hiyo research, alafu namwambia mwenzako akaitumia. Wewe mwenyewe huiamini. Ulivyopata PhD ukalifunika huko, hata akikuuliza heading ilikuwa nini hujui. Kofi lingine. Kwa hiyo lazima uifanyie kazi. Nikamwambia mimi study yangu, hata PhD yangu uzuri wazungu hawana mbambamba, wanaiweka kwenye mtandao, si ndio? Mimi hata PhD yangu ilikuwa changing teachers practices in a school including children with vision impairment. It was an action research project in Tanzania. Kwamba inakuwaje mwalimu ambaye hajawahi kufundishwa jinsi ya kumfundisha asiyeona, amefika shuleni, amekaa, analetewa mwanafunzi asiyeona, anawezaje kutengeneza mazingira mpaka hadi amfundishe huyu asiyeona waelewane? Kwa mimi ndo natembelea umumu visual impairment nikaichange, hearing nimechange, naenda kwenye autism. naenda, lakini research yangu ile naifanyia kazi, inanipa mtosi. Sasa wewe research, wewe uliza hapa, hata ile project aliyofanya project ya kumaliza degree ameshasahau hata topic ilikuwa nini. Aliomba hela sio akanunulia equipment za kufunga. Baada ya hapo mwisho kasahau hata ilihusika nini. You have to continue working and doing what is supposed. We are trying to see that ITU also is telling about assistive technology, saying the internet has acted as a platform for collaboration for all types of organization. Kwa hiyo huwezi kupata kazi kama internet au, si ndio? Also, it has allowed all citizens, including people with disabilities, to engage more actively in political and social life. Leo huyu Honorable Ngoi, kitendo cha kutengeneza simu, si atanitengenezea na ya kwangu. Hata kompyuta yangu mimi kubadilika kutoka Windows 7 kwenda Windows 10, aliyefanya ni mwanafunzi wangu asiyeona. Lakini wewe mwalimu, hebu umenitembelea leo nyumbani kwangu mwalimu, hebu leta hiyo kompyuta yako niiangalie. Yaani mwalimu bado unatumia Windows 7? Hii sio. Zako sasa hizi tunatumia Windows 10. Iko wapi? Ngoja nikuinstalie mwalimu. Sasa umekuja nyumbani kwangu ni watoto umtengenezeni mwalimu chayo. Sisi tunaelewana? Sasa tengeneza research topic hata kama iwe ni ngumu inayokufanya uendelee kule. Mimi PhD yangu imechukua miaka 8 mpaka wenzangu wengine wakaanza kusema jamaa hana akili. Kaambia shauri yenu, wakati mwanzo nilishataka kuacha na shule. Nilivyojua tu ICT for the blind, nikasema we. Mengine haya baadaye haya. Tunaelewana? We need to go into. Access to computer is one of the greatest equalizer. Siwezi nikataja, kuna shule X nafanya sasa hivi utafiti, nina wanafunzi 50. Wale watoto leo wako siku ya 5, tayari wanajua kuandika kwenye kompyuta, wanachekelea. Nilipowauliza changamoto gani mnazipata kwenye Braille, waliniambia kwanza mavitabu ni makubwa, halafu notes tunasomewa na wenzetu kwa darasani. Kwa hiyo akikusomea spelling vibaya na wewe unaandika spelling vibaya na unaenda kujibu kwenye mtihani hivyo hivyo unakosa. Nilipowauliza faida za kompyuta ni nini, tunaambiwa tu zina faida. Basically hawajawahi kuiona na hawajawahi. Kwa sababu ndio nataka nikawaulize, leo mmesoma sasa. Niambie faida ni kofi lingine. We had some agreement in Kuala Lumpur where that blind person received an award. That the world is undergoing a dramatic shift. Technology is changing how we live, work, and play. Education should not only keep pace with change, but lead change. Haya, tuulizane swali. Is education leading change? No. Why? Mpaka sasa hivi kwanza shuleni kwetu tumesema ukikamatwa na simu unafukuzwa shule. Kwa innovation ukainnovate siku ukienda kwenu. Ukiwa shuleni hapa soma tunavyovitaka sisi. Msinipige lakini ndio kweli. Therefore we will not lead the change. Dawati likiharibika tukamuite fundi. Kwa hiyo wewe ukiwa hapa shuleni ni mtoto wa mfalme. Hamna kujifunza kupika, hamna. Wewe ni mfalme. Ukimaliza hapa utapambana na hali yako. Wakirudi nyumbani wazazi mnajua tu kinachotukuta. Na phone full time. Sababu ya kazi. Leadership have to provide access to education for the world's marginalized people, such as poor, disabled, and those forced to leave school. No one should be invisible. No one should be left behind. Tunaanza na invisibility kwanza. Kwa nini invisibility? Kwenye hii project tunayoifanya tulikuwa tuna test hearing. tumetesti watoto zaidi ya 1,000. What happened? Almost around 30% wana changamoto za kusikia. Mzazi hajui, mwalimu hajui, na mtoto mwenyewe hajui. Tunaelewana? Mmoja tumemkuta ana serious case. Yeye sikio limefika mahali ngoma ya sikio imeshapasuka. Kwa hiyo alikuwa anaelekea kuwa kiziwi completely. Kwa hiyo mradi umemtibu, saa hizi ana furaha, huwezi kuniambia. Kofi lingine. Kwa hiyo kama hii invisibility haijafanywa kazi, hutajua umemleft behind nani. Anza na invisibility, alafu ndio uje utafute nani sasa yuko left behind. Kwa hiyo suggestions that we had during that conference were this one. Plan for tomorrow technology, not simply today. Increase flexibility and path to learning. Integrate experiential learning. Sasa hivi huku kwetu ukiambiwa anzisha darasa la ufundi, watakwambia it is too expensive. Uongo. Hasa kwa nini it is too expensive? Kwa sababu unamfundisha teknolojia ambayo haipo, na hata Mungu hajaplani kuiweka, na hata kwenye dunia hiyo unayemwekea haipo. Maana kama dunia hii kama ni kuchomelea, jamani, si kuna mafundi ya kuchomelea, inakuwaje ngumu? Si tumuintegrate yule fundi mchomeleaje wawe na huyu wachomelee pamoja, ufundi tumempata, si ndio? Alafu baadaye tu innovate huko mbele. Kwani Mchina alianzeje? Kwani wengine walianzeje? Wengine waliwezeje? Na sisi tunashindwa wapi? Also we share resources and keep costs low. Create new industry-based credentials that lead to jobs. Sisi mpaka leo tuko content based. Kama mcheka jamaa, hasa mtaalamu wa cyber. Baada ya hapo, tell us, how has the cyber helped? Matokeo yake mpaka wewe mwenyewe unajiogopa na kujiogopa simu yako, basi imeishia hapo. Of course, these are some of the things that we can say we are trying to do. We are trying to see some strategies that can be used. First, we have to create diverse digital skills training centers. Nitawapa mfano na nyinyi wenyewe mtakuwa mashahidi yangu. Miaka ya 90 huko, wakati tunaanza mambo ya kompyuta, ma Y2K, sio na nini, vikozi vya kompyuta vilikuwa kila mahali, si ndio? Sasa ni lini tulikuwa tuna vikozi kwa ajili ya watu wenye mahitaji maalum? Kofi lingine. Ni lini? Sisi tulikuwa na kozi, wenzetu hasa tu muda wao wapate hiyo. We have to develop adapted curriculum for diverse groups. Mfano, nina mwanafunzi mmoja, kuna Arusha, kuna hoteli moja nimeisahau. Watalii wote wanapenda kwenda pale kula pilau. Yule mpika pilau ni mtu mwenye autism, waenda kina Pitch. Alienda akasoma. Wakati anasoma shule, kilichotokea, yule yeye alichokuwa anakipenda kujifunza ni pilau tu. Ikabidi mwalimu yule kaona sasa aende VETA, akaombe certificate ya huyu, wamcertify kwamba huyu yeye ni mtaalamu wa kupika nini, pilau, ili msaidie kupata nini, ajira. Hiyo hoteli watamfukuza huyo kazi, wakose wateja. Kwa mtu mwenye autism ndio yuko busy pale. We have to develop capacity building for staff to manage the diversity groups. Na diversity group zangu hapa nafikiri mnaiona picha. Maana ndio yale masuala ya evidence, si ndio? Excellency award. Na mimi niko hapa na huyu hapa yuko hapa. Asiona Clement ndani. na ndio Mtanzania pekee wa kupata zawadi ya Commonwealth of Learning. Kofi lingine. Diversity groups have to use the common available resources. Sasa tukianza hizi common available resources kutoka shuleni, asiona tunamfundisha common available resources anaenda nayo kwenye jamii, ndio tutapata innovators. Ndio innovation tutapata kutoka kwa hawa. My belief is that persons with disabilities innovation cannot come outside. Hata aliyegundua braille machine ni asiona. Hata aliyegundua matumizi ya wheelchair na yeye ana ulemavu wa miguu. Sasa tukafundishe ili wafanye innovation. I think hii naomba niwakere kwa hiki kidogo tu. Alafu naelekea kumaliza. Lakini nikiwakera mara moja si napendeza. Nataka kuwaonyesha jinsi gani darasa la viziwi linafanya kazi. Sababu katika uanzishaji wa darasa la viziwi kwanza moja, hata nikikuuliza leo nitafutie lugha ya alama ya kiziwi katika ICT unaitoa wapi? Kwa hiyo cha kwanza tulianza na kutengeneza lugha watakayoitumia kujifunza. Hiyo mouse wataiitaje? Si ndio? Hii laptop wataiitaje? Printer wataiitaje? Naomba niwapeleke huko duniani kidogo au? Yeah. Au nitaifanya mwishoni, mnikumbushe nimalize kabisa kuifanya. Kwa hiyo tunaona outcome ni kwamba ni hizi. Hawa deaf tayari mmoja tayari alipojifunza kompyuta apata mpenzi Marekani, kesha hamia na Marekani. Kofi lingine. Kwa hiyo kompyuta kwake ilikuwa ufunguo. Mbona nicheka? Sasa mimi siwafundishi tu kompyuta inafanyaga hivi alafu ukaclaim ili iwe nini? Nafundisha kompyuta, nafundisha software, nafundisha WhatsApp, nafundisha Facebook, huko anafanyaje, nafundisha kila kitu nakwambia. Alafu sasa nakufundisha na FB behind. Usitumie hivi, fanyie. Kwisha. Kwa tunaona viziwi dependency ya kwenye lugha ya alama inaondoka. Kwa hiyo anaweza akafanya kazi, na ndio maana yule kiziwi ameenda kufanya kazi TTCL. Kwa instruction unamwandikia kwenye email, wamemaliza. Kofi lingine. Kwa hiyo wanajenga self confidence, wanajiamini na wanajua ni workplace. Kwa hawa wasiona na wenyewe huyu. Mmoja huyo asiyeona akanifurahisha. Akasema baada ya ile course mimi nimekuwa mwalimu wa kompyuta chuoni hapa. Nafundisha wanaona kompyuta. Namuuliza unafanyaje? Natengeneza PowerPoint mwenyewe. Wana seti pale, afu mimi kazi yangu naenda nafanya na nini, naendelea nafundisha. Na wanafunzi wangu wanafaulu vizuri. Kwa hiyo tunaiona kwamba digital accessibility iwe kwa wote, wazee, akina nani. Na kwa nini? Tunasema fourth revolution is for everyone. Nasema haya kwangu, innovative inclusive strategic solutions have to start now. Tuta innovate madude yetu make. Kiangalia website zinazotengenezwa tu fancy. Lakini angalia asiyeona ataweza kuiaccess. Azifu jamii nzima. Yaani asiyeona hayu mzee au vipi? Asiyeona kama vile hayupo. Tutengeneze website ambayo na asiyeona naye anaweza akaiona. Hiki nacho kilinifurahisha. Hawa wote ni wasichana wasiona. Hapo wanafanya coding. Unaona wanafanya coding, mnaita Arduino ni program lenu ile. Ndio. Na wasiona nao wamo. Sasa hapo wametengeneza smart city yao, wanasema smart city mara nyingi mnawekaga taa. Sasa sisi tusiona taa haitusaidii, sisi inabidi tengenezwe baadhi. Maana yake nini? Wanasema tunapofanya planning na wao wawe involved. Otherwise, I think for today, I think I've finished. Yeah? Ile video ya nani ya lugha ya alama. Okay.
Kofi la kwanza, la pili, la tatu, la nne, la tano na lingine. Asante sana dokta. Tuendelea sasa kwenye maswali. Naam.
Labda niwaambie tu ukweli. Katika kitu kilinisumbua ni kuanzisha kompyuta kwa viziwi. Ulikuwa mtihani kwangu mgumu kweli kweli. Sababu nilikuwa nasema sasa kama asiona anafundisha asiona, nataka na kiziwi amfundishe kiziwi. Ilikuwa ni ngumu kweli. Lakini nilivyoweza nikamwambia Mungu asante, sio mimi, ni Mungu ndio umeniwezesha. Sasa ngoja nishushe hii mara moja tuweze kuona tuliendaendaje. Na kingine ni collaboration. Aliyetengeneza hii website ni Mhindi. Kwani alianzisha masuala ya NVDA ni mtu kutoka Denmark. Nilichokifanya pale Open University tuna wanafunzi wa kimataifa, ndio ina control Tanzania, kwa wanafunzi wa kimataifa kuja kufanya field practice. Naita YAS. Kwa hiyo nikaomba chuo kitangaze nafasi kwa ajili ya watu wenye mahitaji maalum duniani na wenyewe waje ili tujifunze experience kutoka kwao. Kofi lingine. Kwa hiyo wakaja. Kwa hiyo mmoja wapo akaja huyu Mhindi huyu, ndo akatengeneza hii website. Kuna mwingine kutoka Austria akitengeneza website kwa wasiona. Lakini kama kawaida hivi vitu maeneo yote watu hawavipendi sana. Sasa website iliishia wapi ukiwauliza? Basi nikasema lakini sasa ila hii imetunzwa. Na huyu aliyejitahidi kuitunza hii sasa hizi amepata kazi nzuri kweli, sihitaji yuko wapi. Nikwambia tu kwa kweli. Na wewe jina lako Cosmas Kami, ubarikiwe. Sasa hili ndio darasa. Alama ya kwanza ni Na huyu anayefanya hizo sign yeye mwenyewe ndio mwalimu wa viziwi. Yeye mwenyewe ni totally deaf. Yaani hamna sauti inaingia wala inatoka. Hata ukikutana naye hivi, yaani hamna kinachoingia wala kinachotoka. Sauti inaingia inatoka haipo. Kwa hiyo website unaweza mkaipata. Hizi manoti tunashare nao. Tunashare tu hivi. Wala sio. Jamani, asante. Yaani hizo link nimeziweka. Hili naomba nimalize hiki. Au nataka niende na huko. Sema project ina win. Tunaonyesha hiyo game na otherwise that is okay kitu au kwa hiyo wana no one behind ile juaje kitu kwa ile sala ai kwa kupita kupita kitu Tanzania ilikuwa ya kwa nzuri ile patna ya kwa hapa leo kama mtihani jana tunawa ushauri Sasa kwa nini hiyo tofauti inaongezeka ongezeka? Au wote hapa hapa mpaka mama kaelekea tutaelewana, lakini na msimu sasa hivi karibu mpate kero So at least I am so labda maswali niendelee kuuliza au kama kuna chochote tunadhani mahali au naona hiyo ulichosema hiyo dada
lakini nimepata kipofu mmoja ambaye anasoma University of Dar es Salaam, mtu mwenye ulemavu wa macho asiona, samahani. So anaweza kutumia kompyuta, lakini sasa hivi ameshamaliza na amerudisha kompyuta chuo, lakini he is very talented. Anapiga mziki kama DJ, anatangaza kama journalist kabisa. Yeah.
Saidizi hatujafika au hatujaipata sisi watu wenye ulemavu, tulikuwa tunapitia wakati mgumu sana, hasa nikizungumza kwa mimi ambaye ni mlemavu wa macho. Kwa zamani tumeibiwa sana fedha zetu. Unakuta kwa mfano kama uko kwenye biashara zako au kwenye majukumu yako ya kila siku, ukiwa unatumia fedha, unaweza kurudisha fedha ambayo haijakamilika, au unaweza kutoa fedha ambayo imepitiliza kile kiwango ambacho unataka kulipia. So kwa ujio wa teknolojia saidizi imekuwa mkombozi mkubwa sana 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 kwa watu wenye ulemavu, hasa kwa mimi ambaye ni
Naam, habari za muda huu na karibu kwenye kipindi kizuri kabisa ambacho leo hii nimekuandalia wewe mpenzi msikilizaji, na kumbuka tu rais wa awamu ya 5 Dr. John Pombe Joseph Magufuli katika yale maneno yake ambayo aliyasema, ambayo watu wengi sasa wanayakumbuka, mojawapo ikiwa ni hili hapa hili:
moja, mtanikumbuka. Na mimi ninajua mtanikumbuka kwa mazuri, si kwa mabaya, kwa sababu nimesacrifice maisha yangu kwa ajili ya Watanzania maskini.
Naam, ni kweli kabisa, yani tunamkumbuka na tutaendelea kukukumbuka hayati John Pombe Magufuli. Na leo hii nipo naungana naye moja kwa moja kutokea huko halipo. Na unawaambiaje Watanzania ambao sasa wanaokusikiliza?
Mtatishwa sana zangu wa Tanzania, lakini simameni. Ninajua wapo baadhi ya Watanzania hata wameondoka ndani ya nchi na kukimbilia maeneo mengine na kwenda kuchanjwa, na walikochanjwa huku wamekuja huku wametuletea corona ambayo ni ajabu ajabu.
Na je, unaiambiaje pia Wizara ya Afya? Unaiambiaje wizara hii ya afya kuhusu masuala haya ya chanjo ya COVID-19?
Kwa hiyo niombe sana Wizara ya Afya, sio kila chanjo ni ya maana kwa taifa letu, sio kila chanjo ina faida kwetu. Lazima Watanzania tuwe macho, ni lazima Watanzania tuwe waangalifu. Tutafaniziwa majaribio ya ajabu ambayo yataleta madhara.
Na lipi la mwisho ambalo unawaambia wananchi wa Tanzania na wasio Tanzania wote waliokuwepo hapa Tanzania pamoja na Wizara ya Afya pia, una neno gani la mwisho la kuwapatia?
Kwa hiyo niwaombe ndugu zangu wa Tanzania na hata Wizara ya Afya ambayo ni kiongozi yetu, ijitahidi sana kuangalia afya za Watanzania bila kuingia kwenye papara za kuletewa kila jaribio linalofanyika linaletwa hapa. Hii ni tahadhari na mimi ninaamini tafanikiwa.
Sio hayo maneno, lakini ni kujaribu kuangalia skills. Huyu hapa sio mwandishi wa habari. Huyu hana sifa ya uandishi wa habari hapo alipo. Kofi lingine. Huyu dogo huyu anaitwa Aliki. Sawa? Kupoteza uone kwa darasa. Kwa hiyo alipofika la sita uwezo wa kuendelea na shule. Kwa hiyo huyu hajawahi ajitanda hivi. Amekuja pale kwangu kasoma mara baada ya arudi kuanza kutekeleza hivi. Ingine kaitengeneza hapa ya mama. Wasikilize. Yaani hebu muone na totally wewe ulikuwa unatafuta mwandishi wa sasa huyu yeye neno degree hajawahi wala neno kusoma hata shule ya msingi. Kopi lingine na kwenye yale maswali yangu ya kwa Rumba kwamba technology can help you. Mani kaambia umetengeneza ya mama hii hapa. Ni wasilisho ndogo.
Ambaye anapenda mafanikio au ya mtu mwenye ulemavu.
Wajali watu wenye ulemavu, na ni kweli amewashika mkono kwa wingi na watu wanaenjoy na wanafurahia utawala wake, kwa sababu ni mama ambaye ana upendo kwa watu wote, habagui kwamba huyu ni mtu mwenye ulemavu au sio mtu mwenye ulemavu. Amekuwa anatoa ajira sawa sawa kwa watu wote, lakini pia hata fursa pia za kiuchumi, za kijamii, za kisiasa, za kiutamaduni. Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan kwa watu wenye ulemavu hajawaacha nyuma, na wapo mpaka makatibu wa wizara wapo ambao ni watu wenye ulemavu, wapo mabalozi ambao ni watu wenye ulemavu, na hapa namzungumzia Dara Posi ambao ni mtu mwenye ulemavu, yuko Ujerumani, ni balozi ambaye ameteuliwa na Mama Samia. Kwa hiyo nampongeza sana mama, na nilikuwa naomba tu aendelee na moyo huu wa kuwajali watu wenye ulemavu na wakumbuke katika kipindi chake chote cha utawala. Sisi watu wenye ulemavu tuko pamoja na namwombea sana kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. Kashirida hii unaweza kutumia kwa ajili ya kutambua fedha hizi za noti, unaona. Lakini pia ukiangalia kuna kompyuta inatusaidia sisi tunafanya shughuli zetu za kawaida ambazo tulikuwa tunafanywa zamani, lakini pia teknolojia saidizi pia imeweza kutusaidia kwamba sasa hivi sio tegemezi. Kuzungumza kwa masuala ya simu, sasa hivi tuna chat vizuri, tuna interact vizuri na jamii za watu ambao hawana ulemavu, unaona. Lakini pia tumekuwa tumeondoa ule utegemezi wa kila wakati. Kwa mfano wakati wa kutuma fedha, sasa hivi tunatuma wenyewe fedha kupitia simu janja, unaona. Lakini pia tunatoa fedha sisi wenyewe, unaona.
Unamwambiaje Mheshimiwa Rais Dr. Samia?
Nampongeza mama kwa kazi anayoifanya. Anafanya kazi nzuri katika taifa letu la Tanzania. Zaidi nampongeza na namwombea aendelee kufanya mazuri zaidi ili nchi yetu izidi kuendelea.
Sana. Unazungumzaje uongozi wa Dr. Samia?
Uongozi ni mzuri, anajitahidi, anaboresha kwenye sekta mbalimbali kama elimu, na michezo na sekta zingine. Maana kitu tunapelekwa sehemu nzuri, kwa natarajia baada ya miaka kadhaa mbele nafikiri tutakuwa mbali zaidi kwenye kila sekta.
Mimi nikushukuru na nikutakia pia masomo mema. Asante sana mwanafunzi. Ila mimi kwa upande wangu nampongeza sana Dr. Mnyanyi ambaye ameondekana kabisa na hivyo vifaa, anatupeleka kwenye teknolojia ili tuweze kunufaika na mapinduzi yanayoendelea ya viwanda. Na nampongeza pia Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kuhakikisha kwa kweli katika ajira zake aliweza kumkumbuka hata huyu Dr. Cosmas Mnyanyi, profesa pale Chuo Kikuu Huria, mtu ambaye anayesaidia sana watu wenye ulemavu na ni mkumbuzi sana wa masuala ya kiteknolojia, ambapo hata mimi mwenyewe pia nimenufaika na uvumbuzi wake huu wa hii teknolojia saidizi. Na nitapoongea ama hiki unachokisikia mimi mwenyewe nimekifanyia editing kutokana na juhudi teknolojia. Kwa hiyo nikupongeze sana tena sana Mheshimiwa Rais Dr. Samia. Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba sasa na sisi ambao tulioishia huku chini chini kwenye elimu ya msingi pamoja na pia wapo sekondari mtugaie ajira mtugaie ajira ili nasi pia tuendelee kupambana na maisha yetu katika ajira. Na mimi hata ukiniweka kwenye hiyo ofisi hapo ya Msigwa, ninaweza nikafanya kazi, ninaweza kutumia kompyuta, na ukiangalia sasa hivi kwamba kila kitu na teknolojia, basi kwa nini mimi nishindwe? Wao kwa nini waweze, alafu kwa nini mimi nishindwe? Hivyo nikipewa nafasi ninaweza kuitumia. Asante sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Haya, asante. Asante sana Dr. Wewe ndio ulikuwa unauliza swali eh? Hebu malizia bwana, kwa sababu ya hawa jamaa wameuliza maswali sana. Kweli? Tamfuata. Wewe uliza bwana.
Nilikuwa nataka kufahamu kwa namna gani unawasaidia kufanya kwa ajili ya ulinzi wa data, kwa sababu mimi nimejifunza kutoka kwa mtu asiyeona mmoja tu, na akaniambia sometime labda anamuomba mtu wa karibu kumuuliza labda kama picha inafaa na nini, sometime anakosea, labda anaposti kitu kibaya. So unawasaidiaje? Nimependa kwamba unawafundisha pia kwenye Facebook, Instagram, social media. Unawasaidiaje kwenye ulinzi wa data na faragha zao?
Kofi moja. Najua jamani, maswala ni mengi sana, lakini muda umetutupa mkono. Naomba hilo swali lako au hoja yako utaileta kesho kwenye WhatsApp. Asante. Nafikiri ni addition nzuri. Nilikuwa nafikiri ni hoja mahususi, lakini kumbe ni vitu vya kawaida. Jamani, kwanza hebu jipigeni makofi ya hongera. Kwa kipindi chote ambacho mmekuwa hapa tangu asubuhi. Kwa kweli mimi mwenyewe nimefarijika na presentation ambazo zimefanyika. Hebu jipigieni kwanza makofi. Kama kuna mtu ambaye hajajisajili hapa, taomba aweze kujisajili kwa ajili ya ku keep records, na tunaomba wale ambao wamehudhuria leo uhakikishe kwamba jina lako limehakikiwa vizuri. Utalituma sawa. Hapa ni kwa ajili ya virtual certificate. Kila mtu ambaye amehudhuria hapa jamani atapata certificate nzuri tu inang'aa. Kwa hiyo uandike your legal name kama inavyojitokeza kwenye kitambulisho chako cha NIDA. Sawa jamani? Kwa hiyo kila mtu atapata cheti, na hiki cheti unapokipresenti mahali popote penye kitu kinachoitwa Internet Governance Forum, wewe ni swali. Sio kana kwamba wote walioshiriki hapa, maana yake wote mpaka online. Cheti ni certificate utaipata virtually. Kwa hiyo kisha sainiwa utatumiwa kwenye email address yako. Kwa hiyo uhakikishe kwamba email address yako iko vizuri. Hata kama wewe ulikuwa ni Zoom operator, utajulikana kama ni Zoom operator, ulikuwa unasaidia siku hii ya leo. Haleluya. Si ndio jamani? Kama wewe ulikuwa ni camera operator utajulikana hivyo. Kama wewe ulikuwa ni nani, ulikuwa una operate si vitu gani, utajulikana hivyo. Kwa hiyo naomba kabla tujaondoka tujaze majina yetu pamoja na unapoandika telephone number uandike na email address yako na organization, full name. Email yako uhakikishe kwamba ipo imeandikwa vizuri. Kama mwandiko wako ni wakuu kama mimi, sababu mimi na mwandiko mbaya, jaribu kuandika kwa herufi kubwa ili zile herufi ziweze kuonekana. Pili, kesho kama nilivyosema tutakuwa na ufunguzi wa Internet Governance Forum pamoja na presentation nyingine zitafanyika. Kwa hiyo tujiandae. Tumemwalika permanent secretary, katibu mkuu wa ofisi ya waziri mkuu, bunge, pamoja na mambo mengine. Anaitwa Jim Jonas. Ni mshirika mkubwa sana wa mambo ya IG. Kwa hiyo tumemwalika aje apige nani hapa, lakini ningependa kesho angalau tuwe na watu ambao wameongezeka hapa. Tuko wachache. Nadhani itapendeza kama utakuja na rafiki. Wangapi ambao wako Dodoma hapa, ambao ni wenyeji wa Dodoma? Nyosha tu mkono wako. Unaweza kuja na watu wangapi mheshimiwa? Tunataka hasa kupata baba, mama, gender. Wanafunzi, kupata wanafunzi. Sawa. Hebu tuchagulie. Haya, wengine tunaweza kuja na watu wangapi? Mmoja, wawili? Basi naona tu confirm na madam, afu tuangalie namba. Angalau tukifika 40, it's a good number. Si ndio Tukifika 40 it will be good. Alafu tukisha confirm na madam huyu, mheshimiwa, ndio tutaongea na wewe tuone kama kuna mapungufu tu tuweze kuongeza hapo. Lakini hebu mpigie. Dada unaitwa nani? Rahel? Msonia. Jamani, hebu mpigieni makofi huyu dada amekuja. Ingawa hajapata zote, lakini nafikiri kuna kitu amekikutakuta hapo. Hongera sana dada. Kesho utakuwepo? Huyu kweli bwana. Hebu mtambulishe, labda nikupe wewe mtambulishe.
Dada Imani Luvanga. Imani Henry Luvanga. Ametoka Njombe, naomba tumpigie makofi jamani.
Kuna mwingine ametoka Mbamba Bay, lakini yeye ni mwanamume. Kwa hiyo tumpigie makofi. Yeye alishafika huyu. Lakini hebu mpigieni kofi moja la profesa. Wamempigia kofi lako moja. Kwa hiyo jamani, kinachofuata sasa hivi tupate picha hapa ya pamoja. Tutaipigaje? Lakini tutaipiga angalau bango. Naam Dok. Ndio. Presentation. Sawa. Nadhani kitu cha msingi ni kwamba ambao wako online nao pia waweze kuleta email zao. Naomba type hiyo email ambayo unatakiwa utume kwa watu wa online. Naomba utype hapa kabla hatujaondoka. Hebu type hapo kwenye chat. Wapo bado wapo online? Hebu ingia kwenye chat hapo mara moja. Haya, type hapo, andika stay rugs RUS @gmail.com. Huyo muweze kumtumia, mumtumie. Tunaomba muweze kutuma email hizo kwa sterugs@gmail.com. Sawa jamani? Kwa hiyo tufanye basi zoezi la kupiga picha ili tuweze kuondoka. Tukutane kesho mapema tu. Tunahitaji watu 10. Watu 10. Sawa. Nadhani we will kuna mtu ambaye anahudhuru kesho jamani? Kama kuna mtu anahudhuru tujue ili tuweze kubalance namba. Na kama wote watakuwepo. Hata kama wakija 15 usiku. Kwa hiyo tunaomba picha, lakini tumpigie makofi Bwana Iroko, ndugu Iroko hapa. Ametuwezesha sana kwenye mambo ya Zoom na internet. Hebu mpigie kofi moja, na la pili, na la tatu, na la kidijitali. La kidijitali sio hilo. Ndugu Iroko, tunakushukuru sana. Tunaomba na kesho tuweze kufanya hivyo hivyo. Jamani, kama kuna watu ambao wamepiga picha ni vizuri wakashare ili tuweze kutengeneza Google Drive, kwa sababu lengo ni kwamba tutatengeneza Google Drive ili uweze kuaccess ile Google Drive. Baada ya kusema hayo, ni washukuru sana. Mungu awape afya njema. Tuonane kesho asubuhi saa 2 kamili. Watu wa online wanasikia? Watu wa online wanasikia eti? Wanasikia kwa hiyo kesho ndugu watu wa online tutaonana kesho. We shall see you tomorrow at around 8. And we appreciate your presence, and make sure you send your email so we can send you the virtual certificate. Congratulations for your resilience in enduring the trainings since morning. Asanteni sana.